Yes.
But there's only one water bottle in this picture.
In the picture, correct.
Where's the other water bottle?
I do not know.
This is a picture of some of the medication on the table. Her living will. Do you see on the folder, is there a way to make this a little bit bigger? Do you see on the bottom right, it says to look for food share, look in her food share file for a copy of apparently some document, and the lower right on that manila folder. Do you see look in food share file?
Yes.
Food share is another word for quest or assistance with food. True?
It could be, yes.
This law enforcement took a close-up picture of the baclofen, right?
Yes.
And you learned later on in this case that Lynn shouldn't have had any baclofen in her system, but she did.
I believe that they had discontinued her prescription, yes.
Because she was allergic to it. Do you remember hearing that in court?
Yes.
When you were first investigating the case and you were focused on tetrahydrozoline, you didn't even notice anything about the baclofen, isn't that true?
The baclofen wasn't relevant to my investigation.
Well, you didn't think it was relevant, right?
I know it wasn't relevant.
She had baclofen in her system, didn't she, sir?
Baclofen is not the cause of her death.
Okay. She had cyclobenzapine in her system. You didn't talk about that either, right?
Once again, not the cause of her death.
I didn't. That's not the question I asked you. I said you didn't discuss it, true?
It wasn't relevant, though.
Is it yes or a no?
Oh, no, I did not. I did not.
Now, on that little side table to Lynn's left, it looks like it has 5 prescription bottles, our eye drops, roll of toilet paper. Do you see all that on that table?
I will agree to everything except for the eye drop comment.
Well, you see a bottle.
I see a bottle, yes.
And there's that plate with the crushed medication on top of cool cigarettes. Is that right? Do you see that?
It appears so, yes.
Does it look like a cap for a medication on the plate?
I believe that's fair to say, yes.
Did you determine which medication that cap was for?
I think the caps are kind of standard with all bottles, but I don't think I didn't compare the bottles to the caps.
And there's a bottle on the floor next to a yellow highlighter. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Can't really make out the name on this photo, true?
True.
And there's another photo of that bottle. You can't really make out the name because it seems to be laying in such a position that you can't see the name.
Sure.
But now you can.
Yes.
Hydrocodone?
Yes.
So you'd agree with me that somebody at the scene who was taking pictures moved the bottle in a way so that it now could be photographed clearly.
Well, I'm sure they rolled the bottle over, they took the photo somehow, yes.
Right, because it's not, if we go back, it's not laying next to a pill, it's laying next to a highlighter, it's on its side. Here it's next to a couple pills, broken pills, and is face up, right?
Yes, prior to the picture was documented in the way it was found, and then a picture was taken to identify what it was.
And how and that it was moved.
Again, the picture prior shows where it was, and then the next picture shows what it is.
Okay. And there's more pills in her ashtray, is that right?
That's correct.
Is this the kitchen area?
I believe so. Again, I didn't take the photos, but from my recollection, I believe that is.
Looks like a Walgreens is it a Walgreens or receipt over there, some kind of, maybe it's a Pro Health receipt?
Yes, it's a Pro Health receipt, yes.
From the pharmacy at Pro Health it would appear.
I can't see that much information.
But you do know that she just was released from the hospital on September 28th.
Correct.
All right. And you know there's a pharmacy at the hospital, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see, well, go back one. You see to the right of some of those medications, there seems to be like a plant on the counter. Do you see that, or should I show you the next picture?
No, I can see it.
Oh, you do see it. Okay. There's a better picture of the plant, right?
Yes.
You see how Lynn has a bottle of medication hidden in that plant too? Can't make out what it is, but there's a medication bottle right there.
Again, I understand, but again, saying Lynn had it there, I'll say that there is a prescription bottle in the plant, yes.
That's the end of those. Want to think you could take this down. We previously in the record is Exhibit 543. It's already been admitted. I'm going to try to move forward on this. Okay, I'd like to show this exhibit to everybody, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Waiting for it to load for the jury. Okay, so 543 were the other pictures that were taken by deputy medical examiner. So here's another. This is photo 8 of 543. Do you see this one, sir?
Yes, I do.
And that shows that side table with the five medications, the toilet paper, and what appear to be eye drops, right?
Again, I'm not going to agree to the eye drop comment, but I'll agree to the 5 medications, the toilet paper, and another bottle of something.
And you see that table, what it looks like. I'm going to show you photo 9. Would you agree that things have been moved from that table because no longer is the eye drop bottle nor the toilet paper on that table? They've been removed.
It looks like the toilet paper might be behind the bottle still, but yes, after the initial photo of how they were found, I'm sure that they were lined up to show the what the medication was, yes.
And slide 10, I can see Lynn's blanket now having been moved. Do you agree?
Can you show me the photo you'd like to compare that to?
Sure, I'll have to go back a few. And again, you see the 2 caps for the water bottles, but we don't see the second water bottle in any photo that was taken by law enforcement, true?
True.
And I'll show you on this group of photos, 17. Maybe that's a better picture to see the mention of food share. Do you see it?
I do.
And on that folder, do you see the reference to her Medicare?
Yes.
and any number of references to food share. Food share there, where I'm highlighting, food share over here, right?
Yes.
So when Detective Plennis testified in court last week and said that there was no indication in the record that that Lynn was on Medicare or she was on food share, that's absolutely the opposite of what the photos indicate that were taken by law enforcement. True?
I believe.
Objection misstates the testimony.
You may answer. Overruled.
I believe Detective Plennis stated he was not aware of anything, and I don't believe we obtained any records for that.
And you didn't try to obtain any records for it, right?
I know I didn't personally, and obviously if we don't have any, nobody did.
Well, you know that you don't have any, right?
Obviously, yes.
Okay. Your lead detective, you testified to that sort of regularly last week and earlier this week.
I was asked, yes.
Your lead detective, true?
On a portion of the investigation, yes.
Well, you gave testimony during your direct exam about all sorts of things like location data, credit card information, bank account information, photos. You talked about a lot of things. Are you trying to back away from that now?
Absolutely not. I would say limited regarding the financial section, but you're asking if I'm the lead detective. Like we talked about yesterday, there were two components to this investigation.
This could come down. You played some calls during your testimony, I think from Citibank. Was that right? Was that heard during your testimony or
That was
another
not during
detective?
that was not during my testimony.
Okay, you heard those being played in here
I did.
and introduced to a different officer.
Yes, I did.
Where's the 911 call from this case?
We do not have it.
Why not?
It was never downloaded.
You know how to get 911 calls.
I do, yes.
Now, you talked about tracking some Jessy's cell phone. Remember that testimony a little bit?
Mapping her cell phone, yes.
Okay, mapping.
Tracking just seems like be like lifetime data, and we obviously don't do that. So mapping for my purposes, yes.
Yeah, you would only do lifetime tracking if you got a particular authorization for a device that you could place on somebody's car, right?
Correct, yes.
You can do that, but that didn't happen here.
That did not happen here.
You have the ability to track Lynn Hernan's cell phone.
Yes.
Did you compare Lynn's location data with Jessy's on the dates that you allege that Jessy and Lynn weren't together?
I believe after manually looking at the raw records that we received, the very few records that we received, if any, Lynn was usually at
That's
her.
not what I asked where she was.
The records were not mapped, no.
if you mapped Lynn's records and compared it to a map of Jessy's records, you would have a definitive answer on who was together or who wasn't together. That's true, right?
If there are records that were available, yes.
I'm going to show you, I would like to show the witness an exhibit. Let's see. I'm going to show you what's been, oops. Okay, I'm going to show you what, I'm going to show you an exhibit. It's going to take a minute to load, but while it's loading, what I'm going to show you are exhibits that were introduced by the state earlier. First one I want to show you is Exhibit 159. ABT invoice exhibit. Could we publish this, please?
Go ahead. This particular exhibit was not received merely because it's part of another exhibit.
Oh, I see. Okay, well then,
Do you want the standalone?
yes, I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 159. Do you recognize this exhibit, sir?
Just for the record, I'll receive it because it's the same as slide 3 and 148.
Okay, thanks.
You're
I was going to ask you to receive it. All right. So now I'd ask to publish
Go ahead.
159. Do you see this Exhibit 159?
Yes, I do.
And this shows, this was that AB electronic purchase that was mentioned during the state's case, right?
Yes.
And showing a purchase of, it looked like a TV and some other items related to a TV ordered by Lynn Hernan, but the shipping address being Jessy's, right?
Yes.
And if you look at the top part of it, written date, do you see where I'm highlighting? It's in green.
Yes.
It was written on what day and what time?
October 3rd, 2018 at 9:41 a.m.
So 9:41 a.m., you know from your records on Jessy and where she was with Lynn at 9:41 a.m. on October 3rd, right?
She was at Ms. Hernan's residence, yes.
And then I'll show you Exhibit 162. Oops. Here we go. 162. And this was that demonstrative exhibit that was played during that state played, right?
Yes.
Remember this? And one of the, if we look at page 6,
Publish.
slide, yes, publish, please, slide 6. We'll wait
Go
for
ahead.
this to come up. Okay, this is that J.C. Penney's purchase on October 3rd that was talked about as well, right?
It would appear so, yes.
And what date and time was this J.C. Penney's approved?
October 3rd, 2018, and I believe based on the chart, which I did not testify to this chart earlier, the audit data is in Eastern Standard Time. It shows, which under audit data shows 10:39 a.m.
Which is a time that Jessy was with Lynn Hernan at her house, true?
Even given the hour beforehand, if it's 9:39, yes, true.
And the next slide on that exhibit, slide 7, shows the various purchases, right?
Correct.
And look at the authorization time on the purchases. They're all October 3rd, right?
The date? Yes.
The date is October 3rd, and the time is also on there, 9:59:07, 9:59:22, 9:59:07, 11:46:53, 11:58:41, 11:58:41, 11:46:53, and 9:59:22. Did I read those times right?
It would appear so.
And those were times that Jessy was with Lynn at her house, right?
Yes.
Take this down, please. Thank you. So I'd like to show you, sir, Exhibit 610. Can you see that on your screen?
Not yet.
Can you see that?
No, I can, yes.
All right, great. I'm just going to show you the exhibit. Well, actually, I'd like to move for admission of 610. It includes all documents that have already been received in the record and is just a demonstrative exhibit of records that are already received, Your Honor. I would like to play this or publish.
Is this already state's exhibit? Or is
No.
this a compilation you made
It's a
with?
compilation that I made. Could I scroll through them for the
Sure,
court to see?
why don't you show the witness?
Show the witness. Do you recognize slide 1 as to where Jessy was on the cell hawk tracking?
Yes.
And slide 2, same thing?
Yes.
Slide 3 is that apt receipt?
Yes.
Slide 4 is another tracking of where Jessy was
Yes.
at the time of the apt receipt?
Correct.
Slide 5 is that J.C. Penney receipt that I showed you a minute ago, right?
Yes.
Slide 6 is also that J.C. Penney time that I showed you before.
Correct.
Then I have another one of law enforcement's tracking of where Jessy was at that time. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And again,
Yes.
and again,
Yes.
and again at all the various times. And it ends at slide 10. Would you agree?
Yes.
Your Honor, move for admission of this exhibit and permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 610 is received, permission to publish is granted.
All right. So, sir, at 8:05 in the morning, you have Jessy at Lynn's house, right?
The records show that, yes.
Oops, there we go. And there's the app receipt that showed the time of, what was the time that this purchase was made?
On the receipt, it's 9:41 a.m.
And slide 3 shows where Jessy was at Lynn's home at 9:28 a.m., right?
And 9:29, correct.
And 9:29. Here's the J.C. Penney's receipt. What was the time of that purchase on Eastern and Central Time?
Again, I did not testify to this. I am not very familiar with this record, but it says audit data, and then in the upper left it says audit data is Eastern Standard Time. In the audit data section, it shows 10:39. So presumably, without having specific knowledge of this record, I'd say 9:39.
Because Central is an hour before Eastern, right?
Correct.
And that this is that other exhibit that we looked at a minute ago showing the time of the purchases, right?
If that's it, correct. I'm not familiar. I don't have intimate knowledge of this document.
But this is all part of the law enforcement record, you'd agree?
Yes, correct.
It's been showed in court.
Correct.
All right. And where is Jessy at 10:21 in the morning?
At Miss Hernan's residence.
And where is she 11:23 in the morning?
Miss Hernan's residence.
And at 11:38 and 11:39?
Miss Hernan's residence.
And 11:51 and 11:52?
Miss Hernan's residence.
Thank you, that can come down. So it would appear that when these purchases were made, Jessy was with Lynn.
She was at the residence, yes.
Isn't it true in the various phone records that we received, the only records we have for Lynn are her landline records?
That may be the case.
You never subpoenaed her cell phone records.
I'm not sure if I thought we may have. I don't think there are many records to obtain.
As part of your investigation, well, first of all, let me strike that. We've talked off and on about the word discovery, right?
Yes.
And when we refer to the term discovery, that means all the reports in the case, among other things.
Yes.
Cannot object to relevance and calls for legal conclusion.
Overruled. He can testify to his general understanding of a term that's been utilized during this trial.
My understanding of discovery is obviously all reports, related documents, everything involved with the investigation.
And law enforcement gathers, it's your job to gather cell records and subpoena records and write reports, yes?
Yes.
And then when you get these things, you turn them over to the district attorney.
Yes.
And then eventually all these records come to defense, and we refer to it as discovery, right?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your investigation, I was reading the discovery, I noticed that you had asked another judge, not this judge, another judge, to issue a subpoena for Lynn's mom, Lorraine's records from St. Mary's Hospital in Madison.
Yes, we did it. We received a subpoena, yes.
Well, you don't receive a subpoena unless you ask for it.
Correct.
In other words, you draft a subpoena in an affidavit, you present it to a judge and ask because you want to get some records.
Yes.
That's what you did for the cell records.
Yes.
And you did that to get Lynn's mom's records from St. Mary's Hospital in Madison, right?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Objection, relevance.
I want to see the attorneys at sidebar. The objection is sustained. Next question, please.
You shut down, okay, strike that. We've seen information in this record that Jessy was contacting the medical examiner's office with questions about what had happened to Lynn, right?
Yes.
And in November of 2018, the first NMS report came out, right?
I don't recall a specific date.
But it was towards the end of 2018.
I believe so.
And that report did show the THZ in Lynn, true?
Yes.
And during the months between when that NMS lab report was issued, Jessy was having regular conversations, it appeared from the record that was submitted, with the medical examiner's office, right?
Yes.
And then, was it in January that you shut that down?
After we received notification from the medical examiner's office about their findings, yes.
So you told the medical examiner's office they needed you told the medical examiner's office that they were no longer allowed to talk to Jessy.
Not in those terms. We put a non-disclosure order on the case, which is common practice, which allows them or bars them from talking to anybody about the case.
Okay. So you put a non-disclosure on the case in January.
Correct.
To forbid the medical examiner from talking to anybody about the case.
Correct.
And that would include Jessy.
Yes.
But prior to you putting that in place, Jessy was talking to the medical examiner, right?
Yes.
And including getting information about the tetrahydrozoline that was in Lynn, because that report was issued in November.
No.
Right?
That's not correct.
It wasn't issued in November?
The report was issued in November. Your discussion about Ms. Kurczewski asking about tetrahydrozoline prior to January is incorrect.
Well, no, I'm not asking about her asking about THC.
I believe that was the question.
No. Then it was a poorly worded question. Prior to you putting the non-disclosure in place, the medical examiner was speaking to, their office was speaking to Jessy.
There was communication, yes.
By telephone, right?
Yes.
And during those times that Jessy was having telephone calls with the medical examiner, the report had already come out that showed THZ in Lynn's system.
Whether or not they had...
I didn't ask that. Whether they told you. I'm asking you, isn't it true that the report had come out in November?
The report was drafted by NMS in November, yes.
And the medical examiner had that?
I can't ascertain exactly what day they received the report.
Okay. And you don't know what people at the medical examiner's office told Jessy in the month between November 28th, when that first report was issued, and you put the non-disclosure in place in January. You don't know what was discussed.
I believe we have that information.
Did you talk to all of the people that were listed who had phone calls with Jessy and get the information?
We had the call logs, the documentation notes.
But you don't know every word that was said during the call.
I guess per se, no, not verbatim.
Thank you. Your Honor, that's all I have.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Judge, we are putting a couple exhibits together. Could I ask for just a brief recess?
Very brief, because we do need to break early today. We'll take about 5 minutes, just enough time for everyone to have a quick comfort break, and then we'll come back out. All rise for the jury, please. You can all be seated when the door closes. I'll put the sidebar on the record. All right, Detective Happy was being questioned regarding a subpoena that was sought for Lynn Hernan's mother's records from St. Mary's Hospital. The state objected, requested a sidebar. The objection was to relevance. I asked for an offer of proof, and based upon the discussion at sidebar, which included that it involved records not really relevant to this investigation. Attorney Kugler indicated the records were never received. So my gathering of all is that the subpoena was sent, records were not received, but that the reason for which the subpoena was sought initially was due to a claim either in a letter or some statement by Ms. Kurczewski regarding Lynn Hernan poisoning her mom with Visine. And so I'm certainly not going to allow a backdoor statement, a self-serving statement from the defense related to that. Not only that, but it's not relevant what the subpoena either showed or did not show, or even why at this point, given the allegations in this case. So I sustained the objection and we moved on. Anything the state wants to add regarding that sidebar?
No.
How about from the defense?
One brief comment that I did make was not that that statement was not just in Jessy's statement, but it was in one of Lynn's writings, and that's what I had said. It was in one of Lynn's writing where she apologized for it. Oh, that's where I was going to go with it. Nothing to do with a self-serving statement of Jessy.
I don't know that I've never seen it. I can't say whether it's Lynn's writing or a writing purported to be written by Lynn, but in any event, I'm not going to allow it in. So thank you for adding that to the record, though. We'll be in recess 5 minutes and then be back. Thank you. Seated. Detective Happy, you can come on back up. I know the jury's ready to go. I'm just waiting for Attorney Galaviz.
We're going to begin without him right now.
Okay, then Madam Clerk, you can let Pete know. Just a reminder, when you all have new exhibits, please give me printed copies. I didn't get the demonstrative, and if the state has exhibits, make sure they eventually make their way so I have them in my stuff. Thank you. That's for that. Perfect, thank you. I don't need the scene photos because we already have them.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nicolai, then, when you're ready, you may start your redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Happy, I just want to follow up on a few areas that you were asked questions about from Attorney Kukler. The first, and where Attorney Kukler began yesterday, was with some of the mapping information that we saw. Do you remember that?
I do.
In terms of the animation in this case that Detective Schrader created, do you remember the jury seeing that animation?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall that when you play it, multiple of those segments appear and then fade out?
Yes, I do.
Have you created exhibits like that before?
I have.
What's the fade setting for?
The fade setting allows you to, again, you can recall and see where those towers were as it proceeds, but it doesn't automatically take it away. It eventually fades off. There's a certain time frame that you can put on the records showing that the last tower that was miles away kind of fades as the cell hawk time progresses.
Okay. In this case, was that fade set to about a half hour?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So if you pause that animation and see multiple segments on the screen, does that mean the person is using all kinds of different towers?
No.
What does that mean?
You're seeing the towers that were on there before. It's fade. As you can see, the darker towers are the more recent, and then it slowly just fades away.
Okay.
So the colors get lighter.
When those segments appear on a map, does that mean that the device is in the shaded area when it's doing the transaction, the call, or the message?
It's in that general vicinity.
Okay. What is the actual center point of those segments showing the jury?
Where that cell phone tower is.
Okay. You were asked some questions about short duration entries in the call detail records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked whether those could be voice memos. Do you recall that?
I do.
As you sit here today, do you know how a voice memo shows up on a call detail record, if it does at all?
I cannot confirm that. I don't believe so.
In your experience, when you see short duration calls, meaning a few seconds, what are some examples of what that can mean to you when you're analyzing those records?
The cell phone was off. it was sent to voicemail. And that's basically it. I mean, when it's short duration like that, for some reason, the call is ended. So either the calling party terminated the call, or again, the phone was off, it goes right to a voicemail, or, within a couple rings, it was sent to voicemail, or possibly someone wasn't in a great area where they were receiving signal, which would have sent it to voicemail.
Okay. In terms of the next topic that I want to talk to you about has to do with Exhibit 541, page 1073, which is a page of the medical records you were asked about. If I could please ask Mr. Vulcanier to show that page to the jury. I think we've got it up.
Go ahead.
Detective, do you remember being asked questions about the inpatient-owned medications on this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
When you and I talked last week about the interviews, what did Ms. Kurczewski tell you about bringing medication to the hospital?
That she gave the medication to Ms. Hernan and then later notified staff.
What did she say happened after that notification to staff?
That she was placed, there was a camera placed in her room.
Okay. Does anything about page 1073 indicate to you that Ms. Kurczewski reported to staff that she brought Ms. Hernan medications?
No, it does not.
When I asked you whether you looked through the medical records for any record of Ms. Kurczewski explaining to medical staff, hey, I brought these medications into Lynn Hernan, do you recall anything like that in the medical records you reviewed?
No.
Does Exhibit 541, page 1073 change your mind about that answer?
No, it does not.
Okay. We can take that down, thank you. Detective, I want to ask you some questions about Exhibit 612. And if we can pull that up, please. It's a 2-page document that Attorney Kukler showed you yesterday. The title is Hidden Menu App Malware. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Do you recall seeing a hidden menu installed in Ms. Kurczewski's download?
Not on not on automatic install, just under the app section.
Okay. The document in 612, we can please publish that. Do you know where these pieces of paper came from?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever seen them before?
I have not.
Is there anything on these pieces of paper that indicate this has anything to do with what you saw on Jessy Kurczewski's download?
Absolutely not.
For all you know, is this a Google search result?
Object.
Object.
Overruled.
Leading.
For all you know, is this a Google search result?
It very well could be.
His answer may stand. Continue without leading questions, please.
Do you know who Lydia Howler is?
I do not.
Is there anything in Exhibit 612 that offers any certifications that the author, Ms. Howler, might have?
No, it does not.
Anything to suggest what Ms. Howler's background is at all?
No.
Is there anything to suggest on Exhibit 612 that this document was peer reviewed by some body?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have on 612. Now I'd like to show the witness and the jury Exhibit 566, please. Detective Hoppy, you were asked a lot of questions about things Detective Plennis did, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Could you remind the jury one more time how you and Detective Plennis split this case up?
As we've stated before, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, there were two components to this investigation.
Cumulative.
Overruled, based on the cross-examination, he may answer.
There were two components to this. There was the financial crimes portion and the homicide portion. The financial crimes, we have specialized financial crimes investigators who are more familiar with access tools as well as records. And based on the amount of information given both portions of the investigation, it was determined that to have one person investigating all aspects of this, it's just too overwhelming. It was not going to be possible. So it was decided for the best interest of the case that we would have two investigations being conducted, or the investigation being conducted by two separate individuals, one on the financial, one on the other component, and that's how we broke it up.
If we can scroll to page 2 of Exhibit 566. Nonetheless, Detective, were you asked questions about this fuzzy loan application?
Yes, I was.
I'd like to zoom in on the box on the lower right of page 1. Detective, despite you not being in charge of the financial investigation in this case, do you have experience in working investigations that involve a financial aspect?
I have, yes.
Okay. In that box being displayed to the jury, do you see a disbursement date, the text disbursement date?
Yes, I do. Or I see a box, yes.
Do you see text that says first payment date?
Yes.
Could you circle those, please? Next to that, does there appear to be dates in the boxes?
They're due. Yeah, there is, yes.
Okay. In your experience, if there's a disbursement date and first payment date for a loan, does that mean that it went through?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, he may answer.
It would appear so, yes.
Okay, so if there was suggestion with Detective Plennis that this loan failed and didn't go through, does that appear consistent with what we've just circled for the jury?
No, it does not.
Okay. We can take that down. Moving on, the questions that you were asked about the FedEx facility, do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked a lot of questions about why you didn't demand to know what their policy was for identification on pickup.
Yes.
Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
And the suggestion being that if you knew that they demanded photo ID, then you'd be able to determine who picked something up.
Yes.
If someone went to a FedEx with a fake ID to pick something up, would it be helpful to know what the policy was of FedEx to determine who picked something up?
No.
Okay. Have you been in court when this jury heard about someone that used fake IDs?
Yes.
Object beyond the scope of my cross.
Sustain.
Moving on to questions that you were asked about the interview on July 9th of 2019. Do you recall talking about the different durations of time that Ms. Kurczewski was with Lynn Hernan that morning?
Yes.
And that they were different from what you ultimately determined the hours to be?
Yes.
And you were asked whether 9 months would be a long time for someone to remember a detail like that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
But isn't it true that in this case, Ms. Kurczewski documented that type of detail the day of the death in a written statement?
Yes.
I'd like to show Exhibit 6, please, and publish for the jury. Ultimately, Detective, about how long were you able to determine that Ms. Kurczewski's device was at Lynn Hernan's residence that morning?
I believe we were roughly around the 4.5 hour mark.
Okay, and if we can please zoom in on the first paragraph of Exhibit 6. Detective, do you see where In this written statement, Ms. Kurczewski talks about the time that she was at the residence that morning.
Yes.
In the 6th line, does it say when Ms. Kurczewski arrived?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
Around 7 a.m.
In the 10th line, does it estimate when Ms. Kurczewski left that morning?
Yes, it does.
What does that say?
10-ish.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have on that exhibit. Detective, you were shown Defense Exhibit 610, which was that PowerPoint of a map and then a financial record and then a map and a financial record. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the suggestion was that those purchases were made from Lynn Hernan's residence, right?
It would appear that way, yes.
Based on the map data?
Yes.
Does anything about that exhibit or the call detail records in this case tell you who participated in those transactions?
No.
For JCPenney?
No.
For the television and Apple Watch?
No.
Next, I'd like to show just the witness exhibit 212, please. Detective, you were asked a lot of questions about whether you had knowledge of things the medical examiner's office told Ms. Kurczewski when she would call there. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you testified that we have records of that, right?
Yes.
Is exhibit 212 the example of those records?
Yes.
Could you please read the 4 main paragraphs to yourself and let me know when you finish, sir?
Okay. Yes, I'm done.
How many of those records pertain to Ms. Kurczewski calling the office?
3 of them.
Okay. What are the dates of those, please?
10/24/18. One, I believe that's 16 of 19, and then 2/11/19.
What is the general content of the October 24th notes about that call?
Ms. Kurczewski is calling, asking for an update on the case, and then made a comment about not being aware of any other family.
Does the note indicate whether the person who received that call gave Ms. Kurczewski an update specific to toxicology?
She stated that they were still awaiting the results.
What about the January call? What is the general content of that call?
Ms. Kurczewski again was calling, then she was frustrated there were no answers yet. Then Ms. I believe it'd be Kukas, stated that she left a voicemail message for Ms. Kurczewski stating that there was no cause of death or manner of death yet, and that she had turned the message over, looks like she might have told the doctor about the message.
Your Honor, I object. I ask that he read the entire, because we're not allowed recross. He skipped part of it.
Under the rule of completeness, he can read that then.
January 16th, 2019, received message from Jessy regarding update on Lynn. Jessy is frustrated there are no answers yet. I returned her call but received voicemail. I left a message stating no final COD, MOD, which we know cause of death, manner of death, yet, and that I had given, looks like pathologist messaged that she was anxious for information answers.
And between the call on that date and the next call, does it appear a non-disclosure was placed on the case?
Yes.
Okay. in terms of the call made on February 11th of 19, can you read that for the jury, please?
Jessica left message on my voicemail asking for update. I spoke to her at 1700 hours, 5 p.m. Told her PD had placed a non-disclosure on case and that there were no details I could share. Gave her main number to WSD and instructed her to call them for information.
Throughout your investigation, did you ever uncover information that led you to believe someone at the ME's office told Ms. Kurczewski the cause of death was tetrahydrozoline before your interviews?
Absolutely not.
Finally, Detective, you were asked questions about whether you obtained Lynn Hernan's phone records in this case, right?
Yes.
And through your investigation, how many phone numbers did you learn that Ms. Hernan had?
2.
What type of phones were those?
1 cell phone, 1 landline.
Okay. I'd like to show just the witness, please, what's been marked as states 228. Detective, when you were asked questions by defense about whether you asked for the cell phone records of Ms. Hernan, you indicated that you couldn't recall. Is that fair?
I believed I had obtained those records, but I was not 100% certain given everything we've gone through.
Your Honor, I don't have this exhibit.
Sorry, we're going to start with 229.
I don't have that either. I need an electronic copy to be able to. These are exhibits I've not seen.
Has the information been provided in discovery?
Yes, years ago.
All right, you may continue. You can provide an electronic copy if you haven't already later. I know that you provided a paper copy.
No.
Oh, we're just showing it.
Right.
Any different than when 610 was showed during the defense case? 610 being their demonstrative?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Any different than when 610 was marked and shown, meaning it was just utilized today by the defense and not provided?
Right.
All right, what's fair is fair. You can continue.
Detective, I'd like to flip through the pages of Exhibit 229, please, and ask you if you've seen that before.
Yes.
Is your signature on page 16?
Yes, it is.
What is Exhibit 229?
This is a search warrant for cell phone records.
Whose cell phone
I'm
records?
going to object and ask for a sidebar. Please.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Attorney Nicolai.
Thank you, Detective Hoppy. Again, what is Exhibit 229 before you?
It is a search warrant for cellular phone records.
And whose records are they?
Miss Hernan's.
And if you go up to one of the request pages, please, if we could scroll up. Right here, what is the number being requested?
262-309-8589.
Why did you ask for these records?
Common in most investigations, especially given these, to try and obtain any information we could for call data, individuals that were called, as well as location data.
What's the time frame that you asked for records?
September 1st of 2018 through January 1st, 2019.
I'd like to move to the next exhibit, please. I'm not sure what number we're on. 228, and just show the witness.
Are you going back to 228 or are you going to a different one?
I had the numbers wrong, I'm sorry. So we're going back to 228.
Oh, 228 is a foam board, and so this exhibit that you have will need to have a different number. So it should be 230 then.
231, I'm being told.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that catch.
Detective, do you see 231 before you?
I do.
What is it?
Certification of records.
Okay. Going to slide 2, do you see that?
I do.
What is it?
It is a warrant return, indicating that I'd received information back from the records that were requested.
Is a warrant return something you do every time that you get records?
Yes.
Okay.
For a search warrant, yes.
So if I asked you whether you tried to get cell phone records belonging to Lynn Hernan in this case, what would you say?
I did.
Okay. Now I'd like to go to Exhibit 230, and we will be putting this on a CD. If we could, it has been electronically sent as well. Detective, in your experience, have you received records from T-Mobile before?
I have.
Did they have a different layout than the AT&T records we've seen?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Is Exhibit 230 the records you received regarding Lynn Hernan's cell phone?
Yes, they are.
Now, I'd like you to focus on the date column on the far left. Yes. Is it fair to say that this is a very wide Excel spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay. Starting at the very top, what's the first entry date?
September 1st, 2018.
And if we can scroll quickly through to the bottom, I'm going to ask you where these records end.
December 19th, 2018.
So this actually goes a couple months beyond Ms. Hernan's death.
Yes.
If we can please scroll back up to the top. Detective, when you've looked at these records before, do they include cell tower information?
Yes, they do.
And if we can scroll to the right, please. Looking at column T, what does that indicate?
It's the first tower that was utilized for the transaction.
And if we scroll farther to the right, is there also a column for last tower?
Yes, there is.
Mr. Vulcanier, can we get both of those on the same screen? Oh, they are, okay. Detective, I want to slowly scroll through these, and I'm going to ask you a question about the locations of the towers being used, okay?
Yes.
Detective, in any of the tower information that you just looked at, was Ms. Hernan's cell phone anywhere other than Pewaukee?
No, it was not.
At this point, I'm not asking to publish, but I will move in those three exhibits, 228, 229, and 230.
229, 230, and 231.
Thank you.
Any objection? Subject to the sidebar.
Subject to the sidebar.
All right, court will receive exhibits 229, 230, and 231.
That's all I have, Detective. Thank you.
Questions?
On this exhibit?
On
Or
this
these
exhibit?
three? Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sir, I don't see anywhere on Exhibit 230 that the document is, has Lynn Hernan's name on it.
And since I believe these were just marked, if the state, if you need the state to display them to the witness, let us know. They are up, so.
You can see it, right, sir?
I can.
Right? Doesn't say Lynn Hernan, true?
True.
And second of all, the number, isn't it true that the cell phone number that Lynn was using at the time of her death was 262-391-0673?
The information we received was that this was the cell phone number being used.
What do you mean by this?
This, you're talking about my 391-0673?
No, I'm sorry, the 309-8589 number.
It's fair to say you didn't obtain Lynn's cell phone records for the number 262-391-0673. True?
True that I didn't get the numbers for that record. I'm unaware that that's Miss Hernan's.
You didn't get the numbers for the record? You mean you didn't get the record for that number?
I didn't get the record for the number you are describing, correct?
Did you know of that number?
It would appear not, no.
Did you know about the number 262-391-0673?
Again, it does not appear so.
I don't know what that means when you say it does not appear so. I'm asking if you personally, as a detective in this case, are familiar with that number, 262-391-0673.
I don't recall that number ever coming up.
I'd just like to show the state an exhibit. May I show you what I just marked as 621? It's that. Can you connect me to the screen? Sir, I'm showing you what I've marked as Exhibit 621. Do you see that on here?
Yes.
And this appears to be a TransUnion report dated July 30th, 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Regarding Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
And it was addressed to Detective Nathan Plennis.
Correct.
He's the sheriff that you're working with, the deputy you've been working with on this case.
He's the detective I was working with on the case, yes.
And you're familiar with this document because this was something received by the sheriff's department, true?
No, I am not familiar with this document.
Well, this is a document, though. You can see by looking at it. Oops, sorry.
It's clearly a document. I just stated I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. But it is a document received by the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. You'd agree with that?
Yes, very much so.
And I want to show you, so Your Honor, then I move, I'd like to admit document 612.
No objection.
Exhibit 621 is received. Are you seeking to publish any part of it?
Yes, one part of it.
All right. Do you want to hit the X? Yeah,
I'm
there you
ready
go.
to publish page 6.
Page 6, for the record, it's an 18-page document. Page 6 is being published. It's on the screen. We'll wait for it to come into the jury box through the monitors there. There you go. It's up.
Thank you. And you see page 6, sir?
Yes, I do.
And this is a credit report for Lynn, is that right?
It would appear that way.
And among, they give personal information on a credit report, true?
Yes.
Including like lots of addresses that have been associated with Lynn over the years, right?
Yes.
And employment data, it appears.
Yes.
And also telephone numbers.
Yes.
And so would you agree with me that one of the telephone numbers associated with Lynn Hernan is 262, I'm sort of highlighting it here, 3910673.
Yes.
So you had said before you weren't familiar with that number being associated with Lynn. Now you are. True?
After reviewing this credit report, yes.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Attorney Nicolai?
Yes, can we please leave that page up? Very briefly, Detective, are you familiar with credit reports generally?
Yes.
Do those types of reports often include all information associated with an individual, despite frequency of use, for example?
Yes.
All addresses that have ever been associated with that individual would be contained on there, is that true?
Yes.
All phone numbers?
Yes.
Would it include numbers that were used to open an account fraudulently against the person?
Object speculation.
No. I think the question was, could it? I'll allow it, given the question regarding the exhibits today.
Yes.
Okay, if we could please go back to the page that Attorney Kukler wanted you to look at. And zoom in there on the phone numbers reported. Detective, do you see Jessy Kurczewski's cell phone number reported on Lynn Hernan's credit report?
Yes, I do.
Could you circle it, please?
Oh, sorry about that.
Detective, what's the number right above the circle that you just made?
262-421-5290.
Has the jury heard about that number before too?
I believe so.
What is that number?
That is a number that we know was utilized.
Beyond the scope of the cross.
Overruled, he may answer.
It was a number utilized by Ms. Kurczewski. What she stated was her number to a credit card company.
And who was Ms. Kurczewski pretending to be on that phone call?
Lynn Hernan.
Okay. Do you see Jessy Kurczewski's P.O. box listed on Lynn Hernan's credit report?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We can take that down. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Attorney Nicolai, does the state have any other witnesses to call?
No, the state rests.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to start your break a little bit early so I can address some legal issues with the parties. Because of that, it will be a little bit of an extended lunch hour. We will start as closely as we can between 1 and 1:15. So that's the best I can tell you. Hopefully we'll be ready to go at 1. If not, we'll get going as soon as we can after that. All rise for the jury. Please remember the admonishments that I've given you about do not discuss this case or do any research. Thank you. So what if they're wrong, then you should reject them. I know they had the ability to change the numbers on the fly because we saw that. So they should be sending you that. You and I can verify. I've got it.
I just want to make sure it's correct.
Absolutely.
Isn't that what we're referring to as?
All right, thank you. Be seated. I do need to put the sidebar on the record, and then I'll address the motion that was filed by the state. During the redirect, specifically as it relates to Exhibit 229, Attorney Kukler requested a sidebar, and at sidebar claimed that these were not the records related to Lynn Hernan's device that she was using at the time of her death. The state objected to that. I indicated the door was open, that this information and this exhibit, Attorney Nicolai could question the witness about, but I would provide an opportunity for the defense to also recross. That's exactly what we saw play out. And then there was some redirect as well based upon all of that. Ultimately, exhibits 229, 230, and 231 were received, and I believe it was only 230 that was published to the jury. And then, of course, we had 621 that was received and published by the defense and then utilized in that recross. So I know I went a little bit outside of the sidebar, but I think that makes a much fuller record. Anything the state would want to add to that?
No, thank you.
Anything from the defense?
No, thank you.
All right. Then we do have the motion that was filed yesterday. It's document 463, was actually filed over the weekend. Did the state provide a copy of that by email on the weekend?
I did, Your Honor.
All right. Attorney Kukler, will you or Attorney Galaviz be addressing this motion?
I'll address it.
And my first question before I address the merits of the request is whether you intend to call Ms. Flowers during your defense.
No.
All right, then I'll consider the motion moot, as we say. Anything else I need to address at this time?
Not from the state.
Attorney Kukler, I would imagine you might have a motion, but rather than have you argue it now, we will come back earlier than the jury in order to address that. As you know, we need that extended break because of a juror that needs that lunch hour for an appointment. I don't have a problem if I give you about a half an hour and we come back at 11 and address it, and then we'll have our lunch hour. But I'll give you some time to prepare for that.
I'm sorry, to prepare for what exactly?
I typically anticipate
For the
a
motion.
motion at the
Yes.
end of the state's case.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I have one other issue.
I presume you'll be bringing a motion.
Yes, I will.
Okay. And what other issue?
We've, of course, been addressing the whole food share issue earlier, and the court signed a subpoena, and we've been dealing with DHS about that with some objections by them of releasing personal confidential information. But I'm told that the attorney for DHS is filing a letter shortly with you with a proposed order as quickly as she can put it together. And she's going to indicate that the state of the law is unclear, but we're requesting specific information in the court order. They'll provide the specific information if the court signs the order. So that's in the works right now. I'm not sure how quickly that will happen.
All right. That seems fine. We'll just review it when it's received. All right, anything else then?
No.
All right, then be back here at 11 so we can address what I anticipate will be the standard motion to dismiss at the close of the state's case. All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record, and State versus Kurczewski appearances are as they were before. I don't see Attorney Sitzberger, though. I assume Attorney Nicolai, you'll be handling the motion then?
Actually, he is going to. He should be here in less than a minute.
All right.
I did provide the paper copies to defense and the court.
Thank you.
229,
Madam Clerk, do you have
230,
those, my
231.
copies? Or copies, you already put the ones in the jury box? Or are they the ones for the box?
We'll bring another copy. We'll bring another set
Okay.
for the box.
You're gonna need some exhibit stickers though, Madam Clerk. So, this is 229, that's already on. Oh, you know what? I just didn't look tall enough, or far enough, not tall enough. They're on there, they're just not in the usual spots. Okay. All right, so the record should reflect that Attorney Sitzberger is now present. With that, Attorney Kukler, is there any motions by the defense at this point?
Attorney Galaviz will make the motion.
All right, thank you, Attorney Galaviz, my apologies.
Yes, Judge, thank you. As to counts 1, 2, and 3, the defense is moving for a directed verdict on those 3 counts. As to count 1, the state hasn't proved at all that Jessy provided Lynn any type of drink or vodka or any kind of water bottle or glass intentionally that contained THC. That there was no intent on her part to cause the death of Lynn Hernan on October 3rd, 2018. The state hasn't met that burden. It is their burden to prove that Jessy intentionally caused the death of Lynn Hernan on October 3rd, 2018, and they haven't met that burden. So the defense is asking for a directed verdict on count 1.
I see you mean of a dismissal.
Correct. As to count 2, the state hasn't proved or provided any evidence at all that Lynn did not give these gifts to Jessy. It's their assumption or speculation that Jessy received these gifts without Lynn's permission, but there hasn't been any witness or any piece of evidence that indicates that Lynn did this or Jessy received these gifts without Lynn's consent. If anything, the record indicates the opposite, that Jessy received these gifts with Lynn's consent. I think the record's clear on that, so the defense is asking for a directed verdict or a dismissal on count 2. As far as count 3, not sure who the victim is on count 3. I don't think the state has really listed a victim on count 3. If it's Anthony Posa, when Anthony testified, he indicated that none of this property was his. As far as he was concerned, none of the property from October 3rd until July of any period was his. That was his testimony. So if he's the victim in count 3, the state clearly hasn't met their burden. Other than Anthony, there's no other victim in count 3. So the defense is asking for dismissals on all 3 charges.
All right, thank you. Attorney Sitzberger.
Thank you. I'm going to go in reverse order, starting with count 3. Obviously, we've had a number of court hearings, and Mr. Posa has been allowed to sit through this trial because he is the victim of count 3. Whether he understands the legal ramifications of that or who has property interests and things of that nature is irrelevant. As a beneficiary of Ms. Hernan's estate, he obviously had some proprietary interest in her estate. I think the theft from count 3 is very clear in the roughly $50,000 of cash withdrawals, checks written to Ms. Kurczewski herself, a check written to Jennifer Flower with no explanation, the inheritance loan fund of $18,700, which was paid out completely by the funds of the estate as opposed to Ms. Kurczewski's personal funds, along with the only documentation supporting any of those amounts largely being fraudulent documents that I think we've shown, at least to the degree that a reasonable jury could find, are all lies and fraudulent accounts of where that money went to. And so I think count 3, easily this court should deny the motion to dismiss there. Count 2, again working backwards through the counts. Count 2 obviously is a circumstantial theft. Ms. Hernan is not here to tell this jury whether she consented or not, and that was the importance of putting in a day and a half worth of pattern of life between Ms. Hernan and Ms. Kurczewski, and the pattern of life changes across all of Ms. Hernan's accounts, primarily in June of 2018, but specifically as to the money market, it changes as soon as we heard that Ms. Hernan A sort of reconnected with Ms. Kurczewski, and B, when Ms. Hernan started feeling sick to a degree that people didn't know what was going on with her, doctors couldn't figure it out, she was becoming more and more frustrated, and that's really the start of the largest portion of the theft in count 2, the $144,000 worth of checks. We've also heard from others close to Ms. Hernan in life that described her personal gift-giving style as flea markets, rummage sales, fixing things up, maybe a $100 gift card. Anthony Posa talked about a $200 check he received for his high school graduation. Those are the most lavish gifts we've heard about. Even on cross-examination, the defense was able to bring up checks for, I think, $200 or less that possibly went to Jim Kelleher for various things. Jim Kelleher also talked about $900 being the largest amount he ever borrowed, and borrowed in quotes because he paid Ms. Hernan back right away, because it was clear that this was not her giving him a gift or some amount of money she wasn't concerned about. And so I guess I'll just say the evidence certainly can lead a reasonable jury to find Ms. Kurczewski guilty of that theft, given that nobody else in Ms. Hernan's life was getting anywhere close to $144,000 over a 2 to 2.5 year period. Again, it's circumstantial evidence, but I would say it's strong circumstantial evidence given the amount of pattern of life we put in and the change and the timing of that change in Ms. Hernan's patterns. And finally, to count 1, again, at this point, what the jury's heard is that the cause of death is tetrahydrozoline poisoning. The manner of death is a homicide. Dr. Bedritsky talked about how this scene looked staged to her. All of the vast things she took into account over an almost 1 year period in making those determinations. And finally, as to whether it was the defendant, Ms. Kurczewski, who did those things, of course, we've now heard a number of interviews where she admitted to giving over a bottle she knew to, in her estimation, have 6 bottles of Visine or tetrahydrozoline in it, and knowing that it could very well kill Ms. Hernan. You couple that with her own personal research, apparently, given the January of 2019 text messages with Mr. Craig about she herself being poisoned with tetrahydrozoline and saying this is serious, it can kill you. Obviously, we learned that was a lie later on, but she obviously did some amount of research on the subject to know that chemical name and know its effects. We also heard of searches, not searches, but accessing PDF documents on Ms. Kurczewski's phone in July of 2018 that were all later deleted, but all revolved around chemical poisoning or household chemical poisoning, things to that degree. Obviously, that is very recent in time to Ms. Hernan's death by poisoning. The timing of Ms. Hernan's death also circumstantially shows intent by Ms. Kurczewski. Again, at the time of Ms. Hernan's death, she was worth, across all of her finances, less than $1,000. And of course, Ms. Kurczewski went right on stealing, as I laid out in count 3 from the estate itself, to approximately $87,000. So certainly, based on what the jury has heard, a reasonable jury could convict Ms. Kurczewski of first-degree intentional homicide as well, based on the evidence they've heard so far. So in sum, Judge, I would ask you to deny all of these motions to dismiss.
All right, thank you. Let me start with count one. This jury has heard from many witnesses. Of course, not all 27 that we've heard from relate to the homicide charges. Some refer to the homicide, some relate to the theft charges, but 27 witnesses thus far. As it relates to the homicide charge, at this point, the testimony of the medical examiner and the toxicologist are unrebutted. Certainly ample cross-examination, but does not detract from their opinions that the cause, and I'm referring to the medical examiner at this point, cause and manner of death to be a homicide by THZ poisoning. And when I look at this motion and consider this motion to dismiss, I obviously am going to consider the elements for intentional homicide. The first element being that the defendant caused the death of Lynn Hernan. We know from the language of the jury instruction itself, cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second element is that the defendant acted with the intent to kill Lynn Hernan. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. When you look at the testimony of the medical examiner coupled with Ms. Kurczewski's own statements to the detectives during her 5 interviews in what I would describe as a ever-evolving story, but includes her admission that she knowingly assisted Lynn Hernan, by her words, of course, but providing bottles of water, and sometimes vodka, that contained 6 bottles of Visine eye drops, which of course has the lethal ingredient of tetrahydrozoline. This is a substance that is intended for what I would describe as topical or in the eyes only. It is not a substance that has any known approved use for oral ingestion. And although the research is limited, there is enough information for this jury to conclude that tetrahydrozoline at the level found in Ms. Hernan's system of 160 nanograms per milliliters was the substance that caused her death, that it was at the hands, if you will, of Ms. Kurczewski, that again, at a minimum, by her own words, she assisted Lynn Hernan in committing suicide. And when you can, even considering that, when you look at the elements for the intentional homicide, the first one being a substantial factor in causing the death of Lynn Hernan, clearly that element has been satisfied by the state at this stage. The second being with intent to kill, and I would focus on the second part of that jury instruction, that element wherein it states that the defendant was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death. Even in 2018, again, no known oral use for tetrahydrozoline. Very clear just by Ms. Kurczewski's own statements that she was assisting Lynn Hernan, and that it was going to come down to any particular way that she felt comfortable doing. That doesn't even include really all of the cell phone records and the mapping that this court has heard testimony about that would clearly establish, for purposes of this motion, motive and opportunity. We know that Ms. Kurczewski was at the residence, at least her device was, but by her own words, she was there as well. We have her statement that she provided initially to investigators, and we have all of the interviews that we saw clips of during this trial already. This also includes the testimony from the medical examiner about the scene being staged in her opinion. The standard for a motion to dismiss is the court must deny it if, considering the state's evidence in the most favorable light, the evidence adduced, believed, and rationally considered is sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm citing to two cases, State versus Duda, 60 Wisconsin 2nd, 431, a 1973 case, and State versus Scott, 2000 Wisconsin Appellate 51. So the court will deny the motion to dismiss count 1 based upon the record that I've made. When looking at the theft charges, starting first with count 2, there is no denying this is a circumstantial case. This is not a situation where we have the victim able to testify on the witness stand as to the lack of consent. Jury instructions make clear, though, that circumstantial evidence alone can be sufficient to convict. Circumstantial evidence is neither, the words of the jury instruction, it's not better nor worse, I'm paraphrasing, than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a crime. And when you consider the circumstantial evidence in this case, looking at, for example, the checks that at this point undisputed were written by Lynn, and the memo lines that she would frequently, if not all but maybe one or two, would indicate the purpose. And circumstantially, we can infer from that 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 was the purpose for which Lynn Hernan wrote these checks. When you take that information coupled with the kind of voluminous financial information and other evidence that we have, including the pattern of life evidence, and the omission or lack of substantiating financial transactions by Ms. Kurczewski, that alone establishes $144,000 worth of theft at this stage. Again, I'm not saying whether this is definitive or not. Of course, the jury, this is only for purposes of the motion to dismiss and whether the state has presented sufficient evidence to warrant the case going forward. Just touching real briefly on the elements, there's no doubt that there was an intentional transfer of movable property of Ms. Hernan to Jessy Kurczewski between January 1 of 2016 and October 3rd of 2018. That's not been the focus of this trial. The focus has been whether it was a theft or a gift or with consent. So really that issue is not even, or that element's not in dispute. What's in dispute are elements 2 and 3, whether Lynn Hernan consented to the transfer and whether Ms. Kurczewski knew that Ms. Hernan did not consent. Of course, the last element, did the defendant intend to deprive the owner permanently of possession of the property? Again, that's not really the challenge here. It's whether there was consent or not. And so when considering the evidence in a light most favorable to the non-moving party, which would be the state, looking at, again, the pattern of life evidence that was brought forth by the state, when considering the memo lines on the checks, when looking at some of that location information and mapping that we have as well, I'll deny the motion to dismiss count 2. Now, turning to count 3, certainly the estate of Lynn Hernan can be a victim. There's no doubt, legally or practically, that that is the case under the law. And because there are two beneficiaries, and one legally, at least based on the allegations, cannot be considered a victim, and that would be Ms. Kurczewski, because she's charged in these thefts, so she cannot provide the valid consent. We know when looking at, based on the evidence that's been adduced thus far, that looking at that inheritance loan fund alone would be sufficient for this charge to go forward. I know the attorneys know this, but it's probably important to state on the record that the jury will, ultimately be asked the value of the thefts or the amount of the theft. Those are special verdict questions. That does not detract from the elements of theft. The elements are the same for both counts 2 and 3. It's just that the theft having occurred allegedly from the estate, one of the things I think is important in denying this motion as well is that there are fiduciary responsibilities that a personal representative has. That was clear based on the testimony of the attorney for the estate, and I believe as well the registrar and probate. One or both of them testified regarding that, but I know it's in the record. And so everything that was done by Ms. Kurczewski needed to be done for the benefit of that estate. There was ample information not only about the inheritance loan fund, but about the final accounting. What I found very interesting about that final accounting, in addition to that inheritance loan fund, is this loan that supposedly was obtained by Ms. Hernan and Ms. Kurczewski from Goldman Sachs. That most notably is absent on that final accounting. That to me supports theft as well, because if Ms. Kurczewski legally got that with Lynn Hernan, she knew about it, she would have included it on that final accounting, and it is not there. That's another reason why I'm denying the motion to dismiss count 3. With that, I will give you your lunch break. Please be back here no later than 1 so that we can commence with the defense case. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess. Do you want any of this? If you want, I have some of them, and I'll just Were those just my copies, or those things coming up?
Exhibits are in like a little folder that I sent back there, Judge.
Oh, got it. Great, that's what I was wondering, so thank you. That's what's in here for me. Thank you. All right, then we are back on the record in State versus Kurczewski, 21 CF 885. Appearances are as they were this morning. And anything I need to address before bringing the jury out for the afternoon from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
From the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, I think that the attorney for the DHS recently filed a proposed order. And we're hoping that you will be able to sign it.
We have that.
Let me look. While I'm looking for that, I want to correct one slight misstatement I said during my decision on denying the motion to dismiss, and had to do with that loan and its relation to the probate case. That would actually support count 2, not count 3. So I just wanted to make the record clear that that was my reasoning on that.
Thank you, Judge.
Has the state seen the proposed order?
I have not. Is it in the case file?
I'm going to send it directly to you, Mr. Sitzberger.
Oh, okay. Thank
I'll
you.
send you this email.
Great. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Nicolai has it. We're looking at it now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're sending it through to my... Okay. I don't have it just yet, so... Not there yet. All right. All right, I've seen the proposed order. Has the state had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to the court signing it?
I'm not going to take a position on it. Obviously, it's written in such a fashion as the court would order, and I haven't had a chance to review the relevant federal law that's attached to that email that I think the court would have to make specific findings related to. So I'm not taking a position on it.
All right, let me do this. Well, what's the defense position?
We're asking that you sign this so that they can provide us with records one way or the other showing if Lynn did or didn't have food share quest. And this based upon what's been happening the last couple of days. they won't do it unless there's an order signed.
Sure. Based upon my further review and a little bit more careful review of the third paragraph, I want to review 7 CFR section 272.1 sub C. Since this is the defense request that I sign it, I would ask that you submit that to the court. If it's not already attached, I believe we have case law. I haven't seen it yet, but I would like to review that. That can be emailed to Madam Clerk. I'm not worried about that. Copy the state, of course, and then once I have an opportunity to review that and any of the other materials that are in the process of being pulled through, I should be able to do that at the next break. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Other than that, is there anything else from the defense?
No, thank you.
And you have your witness, I believe I see?
We do. We have our first witness will be Thomas Newman.
Okay, very well. Madam Clerk, if you would have the jury brought out.
Attached to, besides the order, the lawyer did write a letter, and that's included.
Yeah, sometimes there's a little bit of a lag on my end, so, but I'll review it when I can. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The defense may call its first witness.
Thank you, Judge. Defense calls Mr. Newman. Thomas Newman, please.
All right, Mr. Newman, good afternoon. If you could make your way all the way up to the front of the courtroom. Up one riser. When you get to the witness stand, please remain standing, raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Thomas, Thomas, Newman, Neumann.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Newman, where do you work?
Where do I work?
Yes, sir.
I am a director of wealth management for a financial services firm here in Waukesha.
And what's your job title there?
Director of wealth management.
And what do you do there at your employment?
We specialize in retirement planning. All of the advisors on staff report into me.
Are you in the field of banking then?
I have been.
How long have you been in that field?
I was working for or alongside a bank for 15 years or so.
And what bank was that?
Wells Fargo was one of them.
Do you have to have any kind of education or training to get a job like that at Wells Fargo?
Wells Fargo is a huge organization, so I can't speak to what's all needed for all of the roles. But for the roles that I have participated in or been employed for, usually a college degree at a minimum.
What is your specific education?
I went to the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I got a Bachelor of Science degree in economics.
Eventually you worked for the Wells Fargo Bank, correct?
Yes,
What branch?
in Pewaukee.
And how long did you work there?
I was in training for 4 months prior to being located at that specific branch, and then I was there for about 5 months in total.
The training that you received to work there, what did that consist of?
It was everything from processing various different banking transactions, applications, things like that. There was also parts that were psychological based, also training regarding, just observation of people within a branch.
Well, let's start with the first. What kind of training did you get with processing things? Like processing loans?
Processing loans, yeah, processing applications for just regular banking products like checking accounts, savings accounts, loans that might include car loans, home loans, business banking loans.
The processing loans, what does that consist of? Somebody comes into the bank and applies for a loan?
Yes.
And then what happens? I mean, what is taken down? What information is taken down by the potential customer?
Everything from identification of the individual to income, assets, liabilities. All of that is put into an application. And then at a larger organization like Wells Fargo, that is sent then from electronic means in the computer to a totally different underwriting team.
So the person, first part is identify them, correct?
Correct.
And how do you do that?
Usually there is several forms that are acceptable. A valid driver's license or state-issued identification, a valid passport, those types of things.
So that's done at the initial stage, correct?
Correct.
And then what happens to the loan or the application?
It's then sent to an underwriting team to decide whether or not the loan should be approved.
So the first stage is the beginning where the person applies for the loan, correct?
Yes.
And then it leaves the second stage for the underwriters.
Correct.
And what do the underwriters do with the loan application? Do you know?
I do not. I've never been an underwriter.
Well, you indicated at the initial stage you take their name and their background as far as income?
Correct. That's usually one part of the assessment.
If they have an existing loan with your bank, do you check their account numbers?
Yeah, usually you would, yes.
That's just normal that the person applying for the loan, you would check their account numbers.
You would check to see if they have an existing relationship with the bank.
Does that also involve seeing what kind of balance they have in those accounts?
It's possible.
When these people come in for these loans or the ones that you've handled, do you look for certain clues? Because you talk about this psychological training that you've had. What is that?
It's basically understanding or observing the customers who are in front of you. You're trained to spot whether someone is under the influence of, say, drugs or alcohol, if they seem to be anxious, nervous, if they seem to be under the duress of maybe someone else, if their story is adding up, those types of things.
So, say per se they come in with somebody else. Do you look for clues between the person applying for the loan along with the person that's with them?
Yeah, you're trained to observe everyone in a branch.
Does everyone at Wells Fargo go through that training?
I can't speak for that.
But you went through that training.
I did.
Is there a similar training that you're trained to when you handle a relationship change application?
Yeah, I mean, the same process, just identifying who is in front of you, using valid identification, asking questions as to why this request is happening, and trying to ascertain if it all makes sense. And then as you're going through the necessary paperwork or procedures on a computer, just sitting and observing what's happening in front of you.
All right, so you ask, who are you asking questions? Both individuals or whoever's in front of you?
Correct, both.
And again, you're looking for those clues of duress to see if they're competent?
See if they're competent, see if they make good eye contact, see if, when you're asking questions, if they're coming up with the answers themselves, or if someone else in your presence, or even maybe on a phone or something like that, is trying to give them information.
Do you look for clues like maybe the person's being taken advantage of?
Absolutely.
How does that come about? What clues are you looking for when it comes to that?
Again, it's about whether or not the story adds up. So if someone is coming in asking for a specific request, then responding, why is this happening? What is your intent? What are your plans for the future? Those are just some open-ended questions that you're trained to ask.
While you were at Wells Fargo here in Pewaukee, did you handle relationship change applications?
Yes.
Did you handle those kind of transactions, or I don't know the word for it, frequently?
I would not say frequently, no.
What was your main job at Wells Fargo here in Pewaukee?
I was a premier banker.
What was that?
I was responsible for handling a specific book of business of usually higher net worth individuals of the bank.
I'm going to show you, and just you, exhibit number 569. Tell me if you recognize exhibit 569. You'll see it up on your screen in a second.
Can I see the whole document?
Well, it's not on our screen yet.
It's on ours. Check the.
I'll turn off and on again. It's usually the trick.
Oh, State's got it now.
Yes, sir.
You can scroll down so you can see it.
Oh, we got it.
He has it.
There it is. You see the exhibit number there?
I do, yes.
569?
Correct.
I'm going to scroll to the top. Does that exhibit look familiar to you?
It does.
And it's a 3-page document. I'll scroll through. This page 1. This is page 2. And I've just showed you page 3. Does that document look familiar to you? All 3 pages.
It does, not because I recall this document, but because I was provided it several weeks ago.
Judge, I'd ask move this exhibit into evidence and ask it to be published.
No objection to either.
All right, Exhibit 569 is received. Permission to publish granted.
Mr. Newman, exhibit number 569, this is something you handled at Wells Fargo?
It could have been, yes.
I mean, your name is on it, correct? Banker name?
That is my name, yes.
Oh, sorry. In the banker name, your name is on it, correct?
That is my name, yes.
And it, does that appear to be the correct branch for Pewaukee?
I do not recall.
Okay. You left there in what year?
2018?
Do you know what part of 2018?
April?
So you were still working in Pewaukee on March 8, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And this is a relationship change application, correct?
Correct.
What is that?
Usually a form like this is to indicate that the owners of a particular bank product are being changed.
And being changed in what way?
According to this, it was owned individually and a joint owner was being added, or a secondary individual was being added.
So someone has a account with Wells Fargo and they want to add somebody else to that account.
Correct.
And in this case, the account information dealt with account number 82941181149. Is that true?
That's what the document indicates, yes.
So if you, what part of, do you fill out this application yourself? Who fills out this application?
Generally, a banker would, yeah.
Do you fill in any of these blanks on this document?
I do not recall.
So, oh, you don't recall?
It was 5.5 years ago. I don't recall this specific transaction.
What seems to be typed in?
Yes, Wells Fargo uses computers to take in that information. It's typed in.
So whoever filled it out had it already typed in. Is that true?
I wouldn't say it's already typed in. It would need to be typed in.
Well, again, you're not sure if you did it or somebody else at the bank did it.
I do not recall.
But nonetheless, this application or a copy thereof was on your desk if you were handled this transaction, correct?
I do not recall.
But the related customer in this case is Ms. Kurczewski?
That is correct.
Would she have been the account holder?
According to this document, correct, yes.
And that she's listed as customer number 1. And customer number 2 is listed as Lynn Hernan?
According to the document, yes.
And Ms. Hernan, according to this document, wants to be a secondary joint account on this account. Is that true?
I can't speak to her desires.
Well, what does the document indicate that she's... How is she listed on this document?
I mean, it's an indication that someone wants to add another individual to their account.
So does the document seem to indicate that Ms. Kurczewski wants Ms. Hernan added to the account?
It appears so, yes.
And if you filled out this document on page 2, someone gathers this information regarding customer 1 and customer 2?
Correct.
And in this case, as far as customer 1, it indicates that, well, strike that. Does it appear by looking at this document that both of these customers are standing at your desk or sitting at your desk?
It would appear so, yes.
Let's see. And customer number 1 has filled out her information, correct? Do you verify that information with customer 1?
Yes.
How do you go about doing that?
You would ask for the social security number of the individual, because that would already be on file, the date of birth. Then you would request a copy of the identification that they have on them, and then verify that against what's in the system as well.
So customer number 1 doesn't have the application with them, I take it.
No.
So they come to your desk and you're asking them this information, like your driver's license number, and they have to provide it to you, correct?
Yeah, usually a customer would walk into the branch, explain what they would want to happen. We're looking to add another individual to my account. We would invite them to sit down and begin that process. They would not already have documents supplied to the organization.
So you, for example, ask for what's your date of birth and see if they answer correctly, compare it to the application.
Full name, date of birth, social security number, phone number, address.
So for customer number 1 and customer number 2, they both need 2 forms of ID?
I do not recall.
Well, in this case, it says primary ID was a driver's license,
It appears so, yes.
and a secondary identification was a social security card.
It appears so, yes.
And so you do the same with customer number 2.
That is correct.
Whoever customer number 2 is doesn't know what you're going to be asking them, but you ask them these questions. Could you give me your driver's license number?
Correct. If they don't already have a relationship with the bank, then all of that date of birth, social security number needs to be provided to the banker along with supporting documentation.
And while you're doing this application with customer number 2 and customer number 1, you're looking for these clues. Safe to say?
Correct.
You're seeing if they're competent or under duress, if they answer your questions appropriately. Is that true?
Correct.
And on the last page, you have them sign the document.
Correct.
Do they do that in front of you?
Yes.
So the third page of exhibit number 569, Jessy Kurczewski signed her name in front of you on March 8, 2018, correct?
According to the document, yes.
And then Lynn Hernan signed her name in front of you on March 8, 2018, correct?
According to the document, yes.
Had you detected any of these clues while you were going through this relationship change application? Do you take any action, or do you make any notes, or what do you do?
As I said earlier, I don't recall this particular transaction.
Or in general?
But in general, if I observed something out of the general scope of what is normal, my first step would be to contact the branch manager, discuss my observations with them, identify with the branch manager whether or not it's appropriate to still move forward or potentially shut down the transaction.
And in this case, again, on page 2 of the document, customer number 2, as far as primary identification, Ms. Hernan provided a driver's license, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Customer number 2 on exhibit 569, as far as primary identification, Ms. Hernan provided her driver's license.
Primary, yes, correct.
And I'm showing you exhibit number 98 that's been introduced and published. Strike it.
Do you need to unpublish for a minute?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
I can publish again, Judge. Exhibit number 543, item 1. So Ms. Hernan would have provided you a driver's license similar to the one that you see on the screen.
I do not recall.
No, but the driver's license, she would have provided something similar to the one you see on the screen.
Correct.
And you probably can't remember, but the driver's license number that is listed on the 543, item 1 is the same driver's license listed on the relationship change application.
I would need to see the document again.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Or you can just switch the screen to 569. It's right there. Why don't you just read the number provided, and we'll do it that way.
The number on the application is H655-5215-672601.
Is that right, sir? Do you agree with that?
I agree, yes.
On her driver's license, the number is H655-5215-672601.
Correct.
Do you agree those driver's license match?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
All right, any cross?
Just briefly, thank you, and if Mr. Volkenier could pull up those 2 exhibits, please. And if we could continue publishing. Mr. Newman, good afternoon. While we're waiting for those documents to come up, fair to say you don't have any independent recollection of March 8th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
And when we looked at exhibit 569 here, which is up on the screens, I'll wait for it to, I saw the light in the jury box, thank you. If we could go to page 3, please. I noticed next to the second signature, there's no customer number associated with that. Do you see that?
There's 2 customer numbers. There's one next to the first individual and there's one next to the second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I see what you're talking. So it's above the signature box.
Yeah, above the signature box to the right of the actual name.
Okay. What does that customer number signify?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you know if a person named Lynn Hernan had any accounts with Wells Fargo as of March 2018?
I do not know.
Okay. And if a Lynn Hernan had no accounts, there would be no like signature card on file for you to compare this signature to, correct?
Correct.
And if we can go to page 2, please. Now, I'm sorry, just page 2. That's okay. Thank you. Now, could we zoom in on customer 2 information, Mr. Volkenier? Thank you. Mr. Newman, you testified that whoever was with Ms. Kurczewski on March 8th of 2018 provided this driver's license, correct?
It appears so, yes.
I noticed there's no copy, there's no photocopy of what driver's license was presented. Would you agree?
Not in this document.
Okay. And you have no independent recollection of what the actual driver's license looked like, correct?
Correct.
Had you ever met Lynn Hernan prior to March 8th, 2018?
I don't know.
Had you ever met a woman named Jennifer Flower?
I don't know.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Fair to say, if somebody was good at forging documents like driver's licenses, you would have no way to tell during an application process like this?
No. What we're trained to do is look at, if it's a new customer, to look at the signature that was done against the signature on the supporting documentation that's provided.
Okay. And again, I ask, if somebody was good at forging such documents like driver's licenses, you would have no ability to tell that on the spot?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Well, Mr. Newman, on page 2 of exhibit number 569, Ms. Hernan not only identified herself with her driver's license number, correct? She also identified herself with her social security card.
According to the document, it does appear so, yes.
And on page 3 of the exhibit, Ms. Newman, I mean, Ms. Hernan is not a new customer, is she?
So before you need to put someone on an account who may not already have an existing relationship, you would first need to create a new contact or a new customer. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to have an actual product. So generally speaking, that would be a reason why there's a customer number, is before you add them to an account, you have to create them as sort of like a contact in the system, and therefore a customer number is then generated at that time.
And again, referring to exhibit number 569 and your name being on it, no one from the Sheriff's Department interviewed you regarding exhibit 569, did they?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're released from your subpoena. All right, the defense may call its next witness. All right, and who's the next witness?
Defense calls Allison Pamaran. First name. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, good afternoon. If you could make your way all the way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. When you are seated, the first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Allison Pamperin, Allison. Last name P as in Paul, Amperin like Nancy.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Allison, where do you work?
BMO Bank.
And what do you do at the bank?
I am a branch manager.
How long have you worked for BMO?
Just shy of 11 years.
Any kind of education in becoming a branch manager?
I just experience.
Yeah.
I was a banker most of my career with BMO.
So
Just recently a branch manager.
Were you working at the BMO Bank here in Waukesha?
Yes.
If you can remember, what was the address there?
Moreland Boulevard, I believe.
And how long were you there?
I was there 3 years.
So you started when?
Must have been 2013, January of 13.
And you handle, like, I take it, customer transactions?
Yeah, at that time it was more customer service transactions.
And what kind of training do you have to go through to do that job?
Banker training is typically around 3 months.
Do you have any training at the bank to deal with customers, like things to look for when customers come in?
Yes, we have an annual training that is done, compliance training, and I believe what you're talking about would be looking for how customers react in certain situations. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. What is that kind of training? How customers react? What does that mean? What are you looking for?
We are looking for if customers are in distress or if they seem, abnormal, or if there's someone coercing them.
Do all employees go through this training?
Yes,
Do you guys get refresher classes?
every year.
And how long are the refresher classes?
I don't know how to answer that. We go through roughly about 30 modules every year. It can change.
And while you worked at your BMO Harris Bank here in Waukesha, did you do any kind of transaction with customers where you had to notarize documents?
Yes.
And what does that consist of?
That would consist of checking a ID and verifying they are who they are.
And is that done every time you do notarize a document?
Yes,
Do you just notarize any kind of document they bring in?
correct. Whatever they typically ask, they have to be a bank customer.
So if I'm not a BMO Harris customer, you wouldn't do that for me?
No.
So how do you verify that they're a BMO Harris customer?
With their driver's license.
Do you check to make sure they have an account at the bank?
Yeah, we pull them into session.
I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number 523. And
Are you pulling up, do you need the preview on?
yes, it's that exhibit that was not rotated correctly.
That's all right.
Thought I could fix that. Just gonna show the document to the witness.
I got it, Teresa. Stop. Gotta be. Oh, it was up. Where'd it go?
Yeah, right.
Which stuff?
Ms. Perman, do you have it on your screen?
Yes.
Does the jury, can I publish this, Judge?
It doesn't seem to be, what exhibit are we referring to? I'm
I
sorry.
thought we were doing 523, which is a new exhit.
Correct. And this does
Should
not
be the
appear to
one
on.
next to it. You might have clicked off of it.
Okay.
No, stay there. Stay where you are. Go back to the PDF viewer.
Let's see.
The little Adobe sign. Next
Red
one.
Oh.
Next one. Nope, the next, you're in,
Okay.
oh, maybe that's what you're doing.
Got it, Judge.
All right, so now we're gonna show
Hold on.
a different exhibit. Okay, it's 523, I see that.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge. Ms. Pamela, did you see exhibit number 523 in front of you?
Yes.
Judge, can I publish this? It's already been moved into evidence.
Has been.
Not as 523.
Okay. Ms. Pamela, can you look at exhibit number 523? I'm gonna scroll down. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I recognize my notary stamp and signature and expiration date.
And that's page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, and page 6. And it appears that your notary stamp is on all pages.
Is that a yes? Yes, thank you.
Judge, I move exhibit 523 to evidence next to be published.
Any objection?
No, I'm sorry.
Exhibit 523 is received, permission to publish granted. I know we're just waiting for the jury box to light up. We have it on the monitors, but sometimes there's a fairly significant delay to the jury box. All right, we have it in the jury box.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Pamela, do you, again, exhibit number 523, you see the exhibit number?
Yes.
And that's your signature on,
That's my signature.
that's your notary stamp?
Yes.
Can you tell by looking at this document when you notarized this document?
It would be by the date, by her signature, so right up top, January 14, 2016.
And do you have any specific recollection of the person that your customer, when you notarized this exhibit?
Say that
The
again.
customer's name is Lynn Hernan. Do you have any recollection of a Lynn Hernan?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
No.
But you did notarize this document for Ms. Hernan.
Yeah, I do recognize the signature and notary stamp, correct.
And prior to you notarizing this document, do you look for these clues of the customer, like duress, competent?
Yes, that's part of our training.
Make sure she properly identified herself?
Correct.
Make sure she had an account with the bank?
Yes.
So do you do that before you notarize it and handle this transaction between you and the customer?
Yes.
You don't do that for every time you notarize it, but it's just at the beginning? I mean, you notarize this like 6 pages.
So that it must have been on request because we typically only notarize one time. So I wouldn't notarize each separate page individually.
So the customer herself must have asked you to stamp each page,
That's correct.
because normally you would only stamp the first page.
Correct.
So in a transaction or like this document, this customer wants you to notarize page number 1, you do that
Yes.
after you verified that they're a customer.
Yes.
She wants you to notarize page number 2, you do that.
Sure.
Do you do that and then you do that for each page? She turned the page and she said, notarize this page.
If she asked me, I would. It's not against notary rules.
And each time you notarized it, you had to put your name and your expiration date of your notary?
Yes, I always have to include my expiration date.
Ms. Pamela, I'm going to show you another exhibit. Can you publish this, please? Yeah, let me know when you get it up on your screen.
Yes, I see it.
You're welcome. Still not there?
No, I see it.
Oh, you do? Okay. I'm scrolling through the document. It's a two-page document. Do you see page 1?
Yes,
Do you see page 2?
yes,
And does this exhibit also have your notary stamp on it?
it has my notary and signature.
So you recognize your stamp and signature on both pages.
Yes, I do.
Did you notarize this exhibit also?
Looks like that's my notary stamp and signature, so I would say yes.
Judge, I move this exhibit into evidence. I ask that it be published.
Any objection from the state?
Okay.
Exhibit 607 is received. Permission to publish is granted. There you go. It's on info.
Again, like the exhibit that I just presented to you, how do you know what date you notarized this exhibit?
January 14th, 2016.
And again, you indicated you notarized page 1, correct, and signed it?
Yes,
And you notarized page 2 and signed it.
yes,
And again, you notarized page 2 because the customer who wanted you to notarize this said do both pages.
yeah, they would have requested that.
And again, this appears to be for a customer named Lynn Hernan. Is that true?
That's the name on the document.
And it appears to be the same date you notarized Exhibit 523. Is that true?
Yes,
You yourself probably don't recall this.
I no, we do handle notary situations on a daily basis, so no, I do not.
And how again do you verify that Lynn Hernan is the person that is signing this document?
With the driver's license, and then I pull them up into our system to make sure she's a bank customer. And then she would have a signature. She'd have to sign in front of me.
And I take it you look at the driver's license, make sure the photograph and the driver's license matches the customer.
Yes.
Bless you. And if we could scroll through this exhibit, when Miss Hernan came in, if you can remember it, she didn't write this all in front of you, did she?
I don't remember the situation.
You don't even know if she wrote this document, correct? But she signed it.
I would just be notarizing the signature. I have nothing to do with the document otherwise.
Do you engage in any conversation with her, like, you know, this document that you're having me notarize, like chit chat with her?
I don't recall that situation.
Because in the document, she seems to be mentioning her lawyers, Bob Gonzalez and Lisa Martinson. She has their addresses and telephone numbers. She talks about living will.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to counsel testifying with leading questions.
True?
Hold on, there's been an objection. I'll sustain the objection. Please rephrase the question the witness does not answer.
Well, on page 1 of the document where I have it listed right now, she has the address of your bank.
Yes.
And on page 2 of the document at the top, she has your name listed here, in fact.
Yes.
What does this say there?
By BMO, Allison Pampron, with the address.
And it says notarize this date, correct?
Correct.
And below that, the document seems to indicate that what does the document indicate? It has the account numbers, correct, over here, am I right? It refers to account numbers. I know it's hard to see.
I don't see any account numbers.
It said BMO accounts, free checking, marketing, money market.
Yeah, I don't see any numbers beyond that.
But she is referring to the money market account, correct?
Judgment calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Right below that, the document lists an address, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it says Pewaukee, Wisconsin.
It lists like Meadowgrass Circle, correct?
Yes.
As you sit there today, you wouldn't have known whether or not that's Ms. Hernan's address, correct?
I wouldn't know. We don't look at the documents when we're notarizing.
Ms. Pamela, I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number 98. It's already been published. Again, the date of the 2 exhibits I just showed you was January 14, 2016. This has been identified as the money market account of Ms. Hernan, 7601. And on page 2 of that document, it has the same date of January 14, 2016. Would you have handled that transaction, do you recall? If you could remember?
I don't recall that transaction, but I do recognize the document.
What is that document?
That is a signature card. So when we have any deposit account that is opened, they need a signature card on file, which verifies their signature.
And the date, again, is January 14, 2016. It seems to infer that that signature card was filled out on the same date you did those notaries?
Yes.
And again, that was done at the BMO Harris Bank.
Yes.
And I'm showing you exhibit number 117, which is identified as the checking account of Lynn Hernan, account number 5336. Again, that seems to infer that that was done on the same day, January 14, 2016 at your bank, correct?
Yes.
And again, what is that? Similar signature card?
That's a signature card, so that you have upon account opening. That is served with the disclosures as well.
And both signature cards contain the signature of, apparently of Lynn Hernan, correct?
Yes,
With her name below it?
correct.
And the signature of Jennifer Flower with her name below it?
Yes,
And again, that on exhibit number 98, the same thing. Lynn Hernan's name and signature, correct?
yes,
And the signature of Jennifer Flower and her name, correct?
correct.
But would you handle something like that too if you were at the bank?
Yes,
But you don't remember actually handling this particular
no,
signature?
I meet with a lot of customers.
Does this, when someone does this at the bank, do you look for identifications too?
Yes, in fact, we've got to type it in the system as well.
So do you do it for both individuals?
Yes,
And how do you ID them?
they need two forms of ID, a primary identification and a secondary.
What would be a secondary?
Secondary would be like a debit card, credit card, passport, utility bill.
Social Security card?
No,
No.
only if they're a senior.
And a senior, you mean above a certain age?
Yes.
Can you unpublish this, please? No, unpublish. Thank you. Cameron, I'm going to show you what's already been identified as Exhibit 133. Tell me when you got it up on your screen.
That is there.
I'm showing you it's page 1. Do you see the exhibit number 133?
Yes.
Judge asked that this be published, please.
Go ahead.
I'm showing you it's page 2 of that exhibit. If you can't use, this is a safety deposit box authorization form, correct?
Yes, correct.
What is that? What is that form?
That form is used when you open a safe deposit box. That's an authorization form that's required before opening the box.
And I think your name is on that form where, do you see your name on that form?
I do, yes.
So does that signify that you would have handled this?
That's correct.
And this was with Lynn Hernan and Jennifer Flower?
Yes,
But it was handled on a different date, would you agree?
correct.
So when you were still at the bank when this happened, when did you start at the bank again?
2013, January of 13.
And you got transferred to a different BMO.
I am in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
And when did that happen?
Late January of 2016.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any cross?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Pamperin. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Thank you.
So, I think you said it, but I want to be clear. As a notary, you're not evaluating the content in a document somebody's asking you to notarize, correct?
No, that's correct.
You're not going through that letter and saying, are you sure you want this, Ms. Hernan? Things like that?
No, I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. And all of these documents that you testified today were notarized in January of 2016.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know what Ms. Hernan might have done with those documents or what her wishes are after that date, correct?
Yes, I would not know that.
Okay. You didn't take any copy of the driver's license that was presented to you, correct?
We're not allowed to take copies.
Okay. You just do your best to match up the photograph with who's in front of you.
That's correct.
And in your case, you actually confirm that the person with that name has an account through BMO Harris.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Attorney Gallivis just asked you about lock boxes. Do you remember that a little bit?
Yes.
In your profession, have you dealt with lock boxes at banks fairly often?
Yes.
Okay. Can we bring up Exhibit 133, please? I'd ask to just publish it to everyone right away. And specifically, if we could go to slide 3, please, Ms. DeValkeneer. Ms. Pamperin, I want to ask you about that bottom section that says surrender of safe deposit box. Do you see that?
I do.
And so that section is essentially somebody closing out the box and saying all of its contents have been taken care of. We are giving up the box, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you see that signature there?
I do.
And do you know whose signature that is?
I don't, because I was not there in 2019.
Understood. But it appears to be dated April 11th of 2019. Would you agree?
Yes.
And so as of April 11th, 2019, whoever signed that would have known that the box is empty of all property, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for you.
Any redirect?
Just a few questions. Ms. Pamperin, on those signature cards, when someone was added to account on exhibit '98, account number 67601 and account 5336, do those both individuals need to be present in front of you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Those accounts where Jennifer Flowers and Lynn Hernan were placed on account 7601 and 5336, do both individuals have to be standing in front of you?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down and you are released from your subpoena. All right, the defense may call its next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. Defense calls Ms. Jean Tennell, please.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Tennell. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way to the front, to my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, come up the riser, remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Will you please have a seat? The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Jean Tennell, Jeantanel.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Gallivis, your witness.
Ms. Tennell, welcome to Waukesha.
Thank you.
You currently live where?
Meadowgrass Circle,
And how long have you been there?
I believe 11 years.
And that's, for better words, a condominium?
Correct.
You're not, are you currently employed?
No. Retired.
What'd you do? For work?
Worked in doctor's offices, medical records, hospitals.
You live in the Meadowgrass Circle area of the condominium?
Yes.
And there come a time where someone moved into your residence name, into that condo unit area, like in 2014, named Lynn Hernan?
Correct.
And do you recall when Lynn moved in?
About that time, 2013 or 14.
In relationship to your unit, where did she live?
Across the sidewalk from me.
Was your unit connected to her unit?
No.
So she was in one.
Building,
How many units are in the building?
I think 117 units.
Well, building itself.
Believe there is 7.
So she lived in a building with 7 units and you lived in a building with 7 units.
Yes.
And your residences were across from each other.
Correct.
Did you converse with Miss Hernan when she moved in?
Yes.
Did you greet yourself as a neighbor?
Yes.
Did you welcome her to the neighborhood?
Yes.
Did that take place like right away?
Approximately, yes.
And did you and her become friends?
Yes.
And this was around 2014?
Correct.
Did you maintain your friendship with her?
Yes.
Is it safe to say you and her talk frequently?
Yes, in the beginning.
And frequently, I mean like face to face.
Yes, she'd come to my house. I'd go to hers.
Did she invite you to dinner at her house?
A few times.
Did you invite her to dinner?
Never.
No?
No.
She would invite you to dinner at her house,
Correct.
but not vice versa.
No.
I'm not going to touch that.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah. But did you guys hang? I heard that the condo has a pool.
Correct.
Did you hang out at the pool together?
A little bit. She was there more than I was.
So she enjoyed the pool more than you did.
Correct.
Did you go to her condo a lot?
Sometimes I did.
At the beginning?
We were just gradually yes and no and hi and what you doing, and that was about it.
Did you get together for drinks ever?
Yes.
Did that happen a lot?
Yeah, I would say.
Nothing wrong with it.
Not every day, but yeah.
And at that time, like 2014, 15, were you still retired?
Yes.
And
Disabled.
Disabled?
Yes.
And do you know if Miss Hernan was working or not working?
I believe she was disabled too.
So you both like stayed home a lot?
All right. Yes.
And how often did you and Miss Hernan get together for drinks? Is it common or not common?
Oh, about once or twice a week.
And did you get familiar with her choice of alcohol?
Yes.
What was it?
Vodka.
Did your friendship ever drift?
Yes.
And do you know when that happened? Approximately. She got there in 2014.
I would say 2017.
So for 2014 to 2017, your friendship was close?
Yeah, neighborly.
That's a better word, neighborly. And, but then in 2017, you drifted apart.
Yes.
What caused that?
Phone calls, she'd be calling me.
She never called you before?
Yeah. She kept calling me.
Her repeated phone calls?
Correct.
And why did that bother you?
Because I didn't like to talk to her 4 times a day.
Did you tell her about that? Stop calling me?
No. She came over to my house and she says, why aren't you answering my phone calls? And I says, Lynn, I don't have all the time in the world to answer your phone calls. And she says, well, I just tried calling you. And I says, well, let me check my house. I don't have my phone on me. I just walked in. And my phone was in my house. And as I thought of it, I said, when I came out, I said, Lynn, you know what? I don't have to answer your phone calls. I don't have to answer anybody's phone calls if I don't want to. And I slammed the door and that was it. Because, yeah.
But even after that little discussion, did you still converse with her?
Eventually I said hi and whatever.
Did you still get together with her sometimes?
No.
No?
No.
That was it?
That was it.
But prior to that, things were good.
Yes.
And did you ever see her with, like, bottles of water?
Yes.
Just describe that. Like, when you saw her with bottles of water, what did you see her? I mean, what did she have in relationship to the bottles of water?
From here to here. From her chair to her table. Is that what you mean?
Well, when you saw her with bottles of water, is that when you were at her house?
Yes.
And did you note anything about the bottles of water in her?
She would drink from both of them. One from one bottle. She had 2 bottles there. She would drink from one bottle, put it down, and then drink from another bottle.
Even though they both had liquid inside of them?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her? Like,
No.
what? No. Did you know what she had in her water?
No.
In those bottles?
No.
Did she ever come and visit you and bring water?
Yes.
It was
Only one bottle.
So when she visited you, she only brought 1 bottle of water.
Correct.
Is it safe to say when you saw Lynn, on the majority of the time, she had bottles of water with her?
Bottles of water with her?
Correct. Or near her?
Not often, but she did.
But you had no idea whether or not she really had water in the bottles.
I had no idea.
You had no idea what she had, if it was water or something inside the water.
I had no idea.
When you visited Lynn at her house, and I take it you didn't visit her any longer after
No, I didn't. Not.
after 2017.
Yes.
Do you know when this little argument you had with Lynn happened in 2017? Was it the first part of 2017 or towards the end of it?
I think it was summertime.
And you would visit her at her house prior to this disagreement and see her with bottles of water.
Yes.
Were they
she
always
was,
near her?
not always, because she was on the picnic table too, on her porch.
So she would be sitting outside And you,
Sorry, was that a yes? You said mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes,
Thank you.
sorry.
That's okay.
and when she was sitting outside at the picnic table, did she have her bottles of water with her?
Just one.
But inside the house, she always had two.
Not always, sometimes.
Did Lynn ever give you gifts at all? Like
Birthday gifts.
birthday gifts? She always remembered your birthday.
Yes, and I remembered hers.
Did Lynn ever ask you to use your laptop or your computers?
Yes. To order shoes or boots.
So she would come over to your house and use your computers?
I would go on my computers to use them.
Was she with you when you,
Yes, she would show me what she wanted to order,
and you would look it up on your laptop?
and I would order it from my laptop, and she would pay me.
Do you know if Miss Hernan ever had episodes of falling?
Yes, she fell once that I'm aware of,
And how are you aware of that?
because I saw her do it.
She did it in front of you?
Yes,
Was it at your house or outside?
it
or
was coming to my house.
And what did you see?
I saw her stumble and fall. And then she got back up and she came back to my patio, and I says, "Are you okay?" She said, "Yes." The next day I saw her, she was in a wrap on her leg, or ankle. I don't know if she bruised it or what. She told me, but I forgot.
Did you ever see any other individuals visit Miss Hernan while you were there?
Well, I
her?
was there, yeah, her best friend, Jenny, and Jenny's daughter, Jessy. Also Anthony.
So you saw Tony there,
Anthony,
Anthony,
when I was there, I saw Jessica and her mother, Jenny. And I think I saw Tony's mother there a few times.
the last time you were there was in 2017, the summer.
Yes,
So in 2017, the summer and before, you would see Jennifer there, correct?
Jennifer and Jessica, or Jesse. I would also see Anthony and his mother.
And after 2017, did you see other people visit her?
I couldn't see from where I sit at my house.
Did you ever see Jessy continually to visit her?
Yes. I think that was in 2018.
So in 2018, is it safe to say Jessy was about the only one visiting her?
I believe so. Like I say, I can't see anybody pulling up in her driveway, so I don't know.
Did there come a point in time ever where Jessy had to call you to help you pick up Lynn?
Yes, once.
Do you remember what happened when that happened? That they needed you to come over?
Jessy said she fell and she needed help getting up. And I says, I'll try to help, but I have a hernia. So we tried our best and we finally got her up on the chair.
So getting her off the ground or wherever she fell was not an easy task.
No, she gained a lot of weight.
So when you initially met Ms. Hernan in 2014, you observed that she had gained some weight.
Not in 2014.
When did that happen, where she gained weight?
Like 2018, 2017, when I saw her at the hospital. I know she gained a lot of weight.
You knew she was in the hospital prior to her death, correct?
Correct.
And that was, the record indicates that happened between September 15th and September 28th. So when she was there, you went to go visit her?
Yes, but she was in the hospital more than once.
She
I
was?
visited her, yeah. I don't know what it was for.
So there were other occasions, well, when she was in the hospital in September of 2018, you went to go visit her? Is that
Yes.
true? And you indicated that she was hospitalized before where you went to go visit
Way
her?
before that. Because I remember I picked her up. She needed a ride home from the hospital.
You don't remember what hospital that was, do you?
Waukesha Memorial?
Waukesha? Same hospital that you went to visit her in 2018?
Correct.
On that first hospitalization, you know how long she was in?
No.
Did you ever see ambulances come to the house to pick up Lynn?
I think once, but I don't know when, what day, what year.
And did Miss Hernan, when you were in the hospital in 2018 in Waukesha, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? I'm sorry.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
In 2018, and you said again you went to go visit her, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm sorry. That's okay. It's a habit.
No, it's not.
But did you just visit her once?
Yes.
And did she indicate to you or make comments to her about her medication?
Yeah, she wanted medication. And she asked me if I could bring it. And I said, no, I can't bring it. I told her there's cameras around.
Did Miss Hernan ever mention to you or discuss like wills that people?
Yeah, she discussed that she had wills for Anthony, Jennifer, and I believe Jennifer's ma. Jesse's and Jennifer and Anthony.
And you had this discussion like back in 2017 with her, or
Yeah. Yes.
And I take it like after 2017, you really stopped talking to her.
Yes.
I know you said you stopped talking to her, but did she continually want to talk with you?
It was mutual. We'd still say hi to each other when we saw each other.
When you were with Lynn, did it appear that she was depressed?
When I was with her?
Correct.
Yeah, not really.
Did she ever complain?
Yes.
What'd she complain about?
Sustain us to the form of the question as to when.
When did Lynn complain to you? Or did she always complain?
She didn't, no. When she was drinking, she would complain.
When was this? 2017, 16?
Probably like 2017.
And what would you said when she was drinking she would complain. What would she complain about?
The neighbors.
Did she ever complain about medication or things like that?
Not medication, no.
Complain about her money?
No.
Complain about friends not visiting her?
No.
Did she ever complain about having dry eyes?
No. Not that I recall.
The latter part of 2018, prior to Ms. Hernan's death, did you see Jessy around the house more frequently?
The latter part of 2018?
Correct.
after Lynn died?
No, before she died. Did you see?
Yes.
So you saw Jessy around Lynn's residence weeks and months before she passed away?
Yes, she was helping her.
How do you know she was helping her?
I just assumed she was helping her because I wasn't. I know she was overweight and she needed help, even though I didn't talk to her.
Did you ever have to do any shopping for Lynn?
Did I? No.
Did she ever ask you to do some shopping for her?
No.
Did you know if Jessy had to do some shopping for her?
Well, I'm sure she did, yes.
Now, Ms. Tennell, you were interviewed several times by officers regarding Lynn's death, correct?
Yeah, the day of, and I think it was like 6 months later.
So 6 months later, they came to your house, correct?
Yes, somebody did.
And do you recall if they were officers, detectives?
A man and a lady, I don't know.
Do you know if they were officers or law enforcement?
Something to do with law enforcement.
They identified themselves as law enforcement?
They probably did.
And did they question you regarding Lynn's death?
I believe so, yes.
And do you know if they recorded your interview?
I think they did.
And you know, we subpoenaed you to come here, correct?
Absolutely.
And the prosecutors subpoenaed you to come here, correct?
They did in the beginning, but they withdrew me.
I have no further questions.
All right, any cross?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down and you are released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Defense may call its next witness. All right, who's your next witness?
Defense called Jimmy Berg, then.
Sorry, you were turned the other way. What's the last name?
Berg, B-U-R-G.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Berg. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up to the front of the courtroom. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who will be on your left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Jimmy J. Berg, Jimmy, Jayburg.
Thank you. Go ahead. Attorney Gallagher is your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Berg.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Berg, where do you work?
I'm a proprietor of Jim Berg Insurance in Waukesha.
And how long have you been in that business?
38 years.
So you're like an insurance agent, correct?
Yes.
And did you work for Progressive Insurance?
I'm an independent agent representing about 27 companies right now.
So you represent a lot of insurance companies.
I do.
And as far as representing them, what do you do for them?
I provide them with a service, financial situations, keep them abreast of selling insurance policies for property and casualty primarily.
Do you also handle auto insurance for these companies?
Yes, sir.
So having 20 plus insurance companies that you work for, you must have a lot of clients.
Yes.
And back in around 2014, did you have a client by the name of Lynn Hernan?
I'm not specifically knowing the dates, but Lynn was one of my clients, yes.
How did Lynn become Lynn eventually became one of your clients?
Yes.
How did that come about? How did you meet Lynn?
I met Lynn at a proprietor, a bar in Waukesha called Mateo's.
And that's how she became your client. Is that true?
We, through passing conversations, had information. She asked me what I did. I told her I was an insurance agent. A year went by and she asked me to look over her insurance, in which I did. At that point in time, she became a client of mine.
And what did you insure for Lynn?
At first, I insured her 2 vehicles.
So Lynn had 2 vehicles initially that you insured, correct?
Yes.
Under what insurance company?
Ooh. At the time, I don't remember exactly, but I switched her around a few times trying to find her best program.
Did there come a point in time that you also insured her residence?
Yes.
Did you become friends with her?
Yes.
How did that come about? Well, you met her at Mateo's. A year passes by. She contacts you, and you become her agent, correct?
Yes.
And you become friends.
Yes.
And this friendship, did it develop where you would go visit her at her house?
I was at her house one time, yes.
And did she ever come to your house?
One time.
Did you ever meet at like restaurants or bars or anything like that?
No.
Did Lynn give you Christmas cards or Christmas presents or anything like that?
Lynn each year would deliver me a bag full of Chex Mix. That was her forte of Christmas presents.
So that was without fail, I bet.
I'm sorry?
That was without fail. Every Christmas you get these.
That was her Christmas presents to her friends, yes.
Did you make contact? Well, I take it Lynn has to renew her insurance policies, correct?
Correct.
How does that come about with you and Lynn, renewing her insurance policies?
There were a few times where she would come to the office and pay a renewal. There were also times where she would call and pay a renewal over the telephone.
Would that happen like on an annual basis, a 2-month basis, 6-month basis?
Depending upon the policy that was written, and normally it was either a 6-month or an annual policy.
And in Lynn's particular circumstance, was it 6 months?
It was.
And when was the 6 months expiration time?
I don't remember.
Is it usually towards the end of the year, or it could be any month?
It could be any month during the year.
In 2018, did Lynn renew her insurance policy?
I don't remember.
Do you have a conversation with her regarding renewing her insurance policy in 2018?
I don't remember.
Bless you. Did Lynn ever discuss her health with you?
Yes.
And what would she talk about in regards to her health?
Well, she would call on a 6-month basis to renew her insurance if that's the time that she needed to come in or call. And I would always ask her how she's doing. And she would tell me that she wasn't doing very well, and she was sick all the time, and she was going to a lot of doctors.
Did Lynn ever mention her financial situation with you?
Not in particular, no.
Did she ever tell you, like, I'm broke, or I don't have any money?
Never, no.
But you do recall her telling you that she was not feeling well.
Yes.
Do you know what time period that was?
I don't remember the time period, no.
Well, she passed, as you know, in 2018 October, correct?
If that's what you say, yes.
And do you know from that point, when was the last time you talked to her, if you can remember?
As I recollect, the last time I talked to Lynn, she called me in reference to her Jeep, and either she was paying her renewal or she was, I think she was paying her renewal at that time.
In relationship to the moment she passed, would it have been sometime in 2018?
I would think so, yes.
And that's when she mentioned to you that she wasn't feeling well?
After our business transaction took place, we would always have a nice conversation about life and how I was doing and how she was doing, yes.
Did you ask her, like, what's bugging you, Lynn? What is it?
Well, she had told me that she was having stomach issues, and she was going to numerous doctors, and none of the doctors were able to find out what was wrong with her, and she was getting disappointed in the results.
Mr. Berg, you were contacted by law enforcement in regards to Lynn's passing, correct?
Correct.
In fact, they interviewed you personally, correct?
Never personally on the telephone.
On the telephone?
Yes, sir.
But how did you know you were talking to a law enforcement officer? Did they identify themselves as a law enforcement officer?
As I recall, yes.
And that occurred on or about August 12, 2022?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the person that interviewed you, according to the report, it was Detective Hoppy, that Lynn told you that she was broke?
No, I don't recall that.
If I showed you a report, would that refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
And I guess I would object at this point unless Attorney Galaviz has a report Mr. Berg authored, but I'm not familiar with any such report.
You can show the witness the report. I assume the state has it.
I do, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just review it and then he'll ask you a question, okay?
I don't see it in here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And sir, just review it and then he'll ask some follow-up questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you review?
I did.
Does that refresh your recollection that you did tell the interview that Lynn was broke?
I don't remember that.
But it does say in the report that you told him that.
It does.
And the report indicated that this, you told him that this conversation you had with Lynn was 6 months prior to her passing. Is that true?
I don't have the dates in front of me. I don't know for sure.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Any cross?
Very briefly, good afternoon, Mr. Berg. You stated you were pretty close friends with Lynn Hernan by the end?
I hadn't seen Lynn for over a year prior to her death.
Okay. At least at some point you were close enough that she was making you these Christmas gifts for her friends.
Yes, sir.
And you would talk to her at least every 6 months?
Yes.
And do you recall telling the detectives that you never felt like Lynn Hernan was suicidal?
I didn't feel that way, no.
You did not feel she was suicidal?
No.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
But it's true, Mr. Berg, that you hadn't seen Ms. Hernan in a while prior to her death.
In quite some time, no.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You are released from your subpoena.
Judge, witness be excused?
Yes, he is. And I am going to take our mid-afternoon break. We started a little bit earlier today, so this is about the same time frame that we normally do. So I'll rise for the jury. We'll take about 15 or so minutes. All right, thank you. Please be back here at 3:05 to resume testimony. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. And defense, have your next witness available?
Yeah, I'm just trying to connect to the internet, Judge. Can you give me a minute here? 2 minutes, maybe. I don't know why my computer's like automatically seems to disconnect. So you pulling it up yourself?
No, awesome.
It looks like I'm connected. Everything is good. Life is good.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, if you could have the jury brought in. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The defense may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Gary Verdon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Verdon. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is at the front of the courtroom, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in. She's off to our left.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. When you are seated, the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Gary Verdon, Garyverdin.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Kukler, your witness.
Thank you, sir. You're here to testify in the case involving the death of Lynn Hernan, correct?
Yes.
Now, I would like the jury to get to know you a little bit and how you're connected to this case. Do you know Jennifer Flower? Is that is that your first connection with somebody that's in this case?
Yes,
You call her Jenny or Jennifer?
I call her Jenny.
Jenny Flower?
Yes,
And you see Jessy Kurczewski here?
yes,
Is Jenny Jesse's mother?
yes,
And is Jenny Flower in the courtroom?
yes,
You
she
see
is.
her? Where's she?
She's in the back.
Back behind on my side of the courtroom? I see two people in the back.
In the dark jacket.
Okay. And how do you know Jenny Flower?
We met many years ago, 20 years ago or so, in the neighborhood bar.
So you're friends?
Yes,
You're platonic friends. You were never in a dating relationship,
No.
is that right?
no,
Am I right?
you're all right.
Okay. And when you became friends with Jenny, where was Jenny living?
She was living at Whitnall Point, I believe, at that time.
So we could call them the Whitnall Apartments, maybe?
Right.
And so during the time that you knew Jenny, and you still know Jenny, right?
Yes,
Would you ever socialize with her at her house?
yes.
And during the years, what year did you think you met her? About 20 years ago?
20, at least 20.
Okay. And how did you get to know, if you did, Jessy?
Through Jenny. Jenny would talk about her, talk about how she grew up and stuff like that.
You'd see Jessy around?
Not that often, because I wasn't around Jenny's apartment that much.
From time to time you saw
Yes.
Jessy?
Yes.
Did you know Lynn Hernan?
Not at that time.
Did you eventually
Yes,
get
I-
to know Lynn Hernan?
Yes, I did.
How did you get to know Lynn Hernan?
She was introduced to me by Jenny.
Was Jenny and Lynn good friends?
Yes, they were. From what I understood, yes.
Did it seem to be true?
Yes,
So there's a time then, I take it, that Jenny introduced you to Lynn.
she did.
Was that in person?
Yes, it was at the bar.
What bar would that have been at?
Annie's Place in Hales Corners.
Okay. Did you ever help Lynn in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury in that how it is that you helped Lynn.
Well, Jenny asked me that Lynn wanted somebody to drive a truck to Madison to empty out her mother's house. And I agreed to do it.
So you agreed to drive a truck to Madison.
Yes.
And was Lynn's mother who lived in Madison?
At that time, I understand that Lynn's ma had passed away, and then she was cleaning the house out.
All right. And Lynn's mom died in November 2013. Does that sound right to you?
I couldn't tell you.
All right. And so what did you do then? Did you drive the truck?
I did.
And you help her load up her mom's things?
Well, whatever, when I got there, everything seemed to be all ready to go. She gave orders, this is what's going in the truck, and that's the way we did it.
Lynn gave the orders?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do? Where'd you take the truck? Where'd you take the things? After you were done loading them up?
Oh,
did
we
you
took
drive
them to her condo in Pewaukee.
All right. So then you were able to visit Lynn's condo?
Yes.
Is that the first time you had been there?
That was the first time, yes.
Did Lynn give you anything for helping her?
Yes, she gave me a little thank you card and with $500 bills in it.
Five $100?
Five $100 bills in it.
So $500 she gave to you?
Yes.
Just for help, for that little bit of help?
Yes. I tried giving her a lot of it back, but she wouldn't take it.
When you were in her condo, did you make, well, had you gone to her condo then after that other times? You've been there more than once?
I was there one other time after that.
So 2 times altogether?
Well, when we were there, when we moved there that day, that was the day, I didn't stay very long. But then the second time we did spend some time together.
Do you know when that was?
I couldn't tell you. I wish I could.
Let's ask it this way. Lynn died October 3rd of 2018. Does that help you sort of pin it down a little bit?
I would say maybe a year, if that, before that.
So no longer than a year. So October of 2017 or more recent than that.
That's possible.
Does that seem likely?
It seems like it could be, yes.
Now, when you went there that second time, did you make any observations of where what Lynn was doing, or where she maybe was seated? Anything along that line?
Yes, I saw her always sitting in this chair with a table next to her, and big light.
Did she have anything next to her?
Yes, she had a big white Slurpee cup with a straw coming out of it. She had a bottle of vodka next to it. She had an ashtray, her cigarettes, and a bottle of Visine.
You sure it's Visine?
Yes.
While you were there, did you have occasion to use the bathroom or go into the bathroom?
I did once, yes.
Did you make any observations in the bathroom?
Yes, I did.
What did you see in the bathroom?
Well, sitting next to me was a little waste paper basket, and you look in there and you could see bottles of Visine. Maybe that time I saw maybe 3 or 4.
Was there anything else in the wastebasket with the Visine?
Not at that time, no.
Was there in fact another time that you were at the condo that you saw Kleenex in a wastebasket?
That was not at her condo. That was at her apartment in Waukesha.
Okay.
That's the first time I met her.
All right. So the first time you met her was before she moved to Pewaukee, and as I am understanding you, when she lived in her apartment in Waukesha.
Then that's when I went to the...
Yes, that's when you met her?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to that apartment?
Yes.
What did you see at her apartment in that apartment?
I saw basically the same thing. The table, the lamp, her sitting there with the Slurpee cup, the bottle of vodka, and ashtrays, cigarettes, and Visine.
Do you happen to pay attention to what brand of cigarettes they were, or no?
They were Cools.
Cools, okay. Did you see any Visine during that visit to Waukesha?
Yes.
Where did you see Visine?
In the garbage pail in the bathroom.
Just Visine?
No, there was tissues in there too.
Like used Kleenex or something
Yes.
like that? Okay. Do you know how many bottles of Visine you saw in that particular garbage can?
I can only say like I saw 2 on the top. The rest was tissue.
What did you think when you saw so much Visine?
Well, at that time, when I first saw it in the bathroom, I didn't really think nothing. But then I had to walk by her to go sit down again, and that's when I saw the bottle of Visine sitting there. And I thought to myself that she had an eye problem, major eye problem.
Did you get along with Lynn?
I tried not to talk to her too much.
Why not?
She just seemed like she was, no matter what you said, she was just gonna jump on you, start yelling or something like that. I felt like she hated the world at that time.
Is that both at the Waukesha apartment and Pewaukee?
Well, it was more Pewaukee, but yeah, it happened at Waukesha too.
Okay, so as you got to know her later on when she's at Pewaukee, it felt to you like she hated the world.
She was bad-mouthing a lot of people, everybody really.
Is that uncomfortable?
Yes. I didn't really know who these people were.
Did, who, for example, which did she complain about?
Overruled. He may answer.
Well, she had told me this story.
Answer the first question.
I'm sorry.
Who did she complain about first?
Her ex-boyfriend.
Okay, what was the complaint about the ex-boyfriend?
She had.
Hold on, there's been an objection that I will sustain.
Okay, so she complained about the ex-boyfriend.
Yes.
Do you know what his name was?
There was only two guys she mentioned, or three.
Was it Jim Kelleher?
One of them, one was Jim. Another was, I remember an Anthony, and I remember a Keith.
Okay, so you remember her complaining about a Jim, an Anthony, and a Keith. Is that true?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Were you ever at Jenny's house visiting when Lynn called?
Yes.
Do you remember a call in particular?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember, can you tell the jury about that particular call?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe that's going to call for hearsay.
What's the time frame?
Would this have been in that 2017 to 2018 time period?
Yes.
Overruled. He may answer.
Tell us about what happened on that particular day.
That day, Lynn kept calling Jenny. And Jenny did not want to answer the phone because she knew.
Tell us what you heard, not what you think someone knew.
So Jenny didn't want to answer the phone.
So
did she eventually answer the phone?
She eventually put the phone open, yeah, and she started talking to her.
Okay, so when you say the phone is open, do you mean that she put the phone down and she has the speaker on?
Jenny always has a speakerphone. Yeah.
Pardon me?
Jenny always has her speakerphone.
Okay, and was Jenny, so she didn't have the phone to her ear, she just had the phone laying open?
Yes.
Was Jenny paying attention to, from what you could tell, did it seem that Jenny was paying attention to what Lynn was saying?
At certain times.
And other times not?
Right.
Could you hear what was being said?
Yes, at certain times.
Okay, and what did you hear?
Well, I heard Lynn talking about all sorts of things. How she wanted certain people to stay out of her life. She wanted. She talked about. I don't know, where do I start?
Start wherever you want to. Are you nervous here today?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever testified before?
No.
All right. Just start wherever you want, with any subject.
Well, Lynn just started rambling off, and you could tell that she wasn't, I mean, her voice she sounded like she was either sleepy or tired or whatever, but and she was rattling off about the will. Then she would rattle off about a Jeep. Then she would rattle off about jewelry. Then she would, then she started talking about how she wanted to kill herself.
Tell us about Lynn wanting to kill herself.
Objection, Your Honor. I believe we've gone down this path. I think this is all hearsay continually.
Please rephrase the question so that the answer does not call for hearsay. I've given some latitude, but I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, could I be heard at sidebar?
Just ask him what his impressions were.
Well, it's just that during interviews, hearsay of Lynn was allowed in.
I understand. Rephrase the question.
All right. Is it regard to the conversation about wanting to kill herself? Did Lynn describe methods that she wanted to use to kill herself?
Yes.
Did she? 3 of them. She had 3 ways she wanted to kill herself?
Yeah, 3 I remember.
Did she sound serious about it?
Rephrase, please.
How did she sound?
She sounded drunk.
Okay. Was it a brief call?
No. It lasted at least an hour, probably an hour and a half. It was on.
So she talked for a long time.
That's all she did.
What's that?
That's all she did was talk.
No one else said a word?
No.
Was just Lynn talking for an hour, hour and a half?
Yes.
About all sorts of subjects?
Yes.
Wills, you said, I think.
Yes.
Property that she had?
Yes.
And ways she wanted to kill herself?
Yes.
Was there, during that move that you were talking about, the move where you helped Lynn move her mother's things, was there an incident that happened when you were in the basement of Lynn's mom's home?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that particular incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
From the different conversations, or different, I should say, from listening to Lynn at different times that during the move or during your visit with her at Waukesha, or visit with her in Pewaukee, or on the telephone, did you ever get an impression, or did she ever talk about her mother?
She tried to tell me things about her family, her mother.
It seemed as though she had a good or a bad relationship with her mother.
Objection, Your Honor. Elements.
Sustained.
When you were listening to Lynn rambling on for an hour and a half, when you were at Jenny's apartment, did you have an impression of her mental state?
Yes, I felt that she was in bad shape or something. I felt that, I don't know how to put it. How do you put it? Someone wants to kill herself. How do you put it? That's her state. That's what she was saying.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hernan, you started off your testimony about how you are friends with Jennifer Flower, correct?
Yes.
Did you come with Miss Flower today?
No.
Okay. You provided a written statement to an investigator in this case, correct?
Yes.
In that written statement, it talks about how around 2000 is when you briefly met Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes.
And then,
Excuse me, I don't think it was 2000. That was too early. I think it was like 2010.
so if your written statement says around 2000,
Yes, I know, I remember that.
you would have been incorrect in your statement.
That is incorrect.
Okay. In your written statement, it talks about, again, the meeting her around 2000, but then it talks about how the next time you met, you went to Miss Hernan's mother's house, correct?
No, the next time we met was at her apartment in Waukesha.
Okay, but your written statement that was provided to investigators in this case did not talk about that next meeting being in Waukesha, though, correct?
Correct.
So those are different statements, correct?
Correct.
In 2000, we'll say around, did you have a time frame again of when you helped move Miss Hernan?
When
Help move the belongings from Madison, I should say.
When she moved out of her Waukesha apartment.
Okay.
That's all. That's the time frame I can give you.
Okay. And then there was some discussion about objects or things that you observed in both Waukesha apartment and in the Pewaukee apartment, correct?
Yes.
One of those being a Slurpee cup, correct?
Oh, it reminded me of a Slurpee cup, big white one.
Okay. And then another thing was vodka, correct?
Bottle of vodka, yes.
And then you made mention in your written statement and again here in court today of Visine bottles, correct?
Yes.
Is it normal for you to take stock of people's belongings like that, your other friends at their houses?
I never noticed Visine at other people's houses.
Okay. Is it normal for you to go through someone's trash and notice that there's Visine bottles in their trash?
I don't go through the trash.
But you would have seen that in her garbage basket, correct?
If I look down, yes.
Okay. Are you positive that the brand was Visine?
Yes.
Okay. If there was previous testimony in this case that Miss Hernan would have had other brands of eye drops at her house, would that be consistent with what you were seeing at her house?
I saw it said Visine on it.
Okay. You weren't very close with Miss Hernan, though. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
So you would have seen her about 4 or 5 times throughout since you first met her, correct?
Less than that even.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you don't know what her normal demeanor would be on any given day, correct?
Correct.
I want to circle back to the fact you started off your testimony again here with the fact that you are good friends with Miss Flower, correct?
Yes.
And friends so much that you've actually given a money offer or to offer to Jessy after her arrest, correct?
Can you rephrase that a little bit?
Yeah, so you're obviously close enough with Miss Flower and Miss Kurczewski in the sense that, is it true that you've offered to give her money after her arrest?
Offered? No.
Did you give it to her?
I gave Jessy money, yes.
Okay. And that was after July of 2019, correct?
I would think so, yes.
You're talking about this phone call that was about an hour and a half that you heard over speakerphone, correct?
Yes.
After you heard it, as well as Miss Flower heard it, did either of you call 911 or rush to help Miss Hernan?
Well, first of all, Jenny told, I even said that to her. I says,
Sir, you have to answer the question, okay?
no, we did not.
If you thought that she was going to act on any of these things as a Good Samaritan, would you have done something about that?
Of course I would have, but I did not know her that well.
But you didn't make those attempts after you heard her talk about these things, correct?
Not.
Mr. Burden, I just have a few more questions. When you were providing this written statement, did you talk about Ms. Hernan being suicidal in them?
No.
Have you been watching this trial on court TV or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So you're just thinking of this story of Ms. Hernan being suicidal or purporting to be suicidal out of the blue, even though you were asked previously to give a written statement, correct?
I am just telling you what she said.
But you were asked about your relationship with Ms. Hernan and to give a written statement, and you did not make any mention of her being suicidal or making these suicidal comments, correct?
No.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, I do. You gave a very brief statement, 1 2/3 pages previously, right?
Yes, and that was here at the courthouse.
It was here at the courthouse.
I was, Mr. Galvez wanted me to meet him at his office that day. On my way there, he called me and says, listen, I'm not going to make it. Can you meet me at the courthouse? I'm in this room. I'll meet you out there.
And did you meet him there?
I did, and I was just very upset because it was taking forever. And when he finally was finished with his business, he brought me into a conference room, and he told me to write down things, what I saw, and and I just wanted to get out of there, so I hurried it.
Okay. Since then, you've had a chance to think about your relationship and with Lynn and times that you've spent with her. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you weren't asked at that time anything about these specific instances that you're talking about today. Isn't that true?
I wasn't asked, no.
And during the course of time that we have been, well, it's fair to say that I've called you up and asked you about this, your relationship with Lynn, right?
Yes.
And try to get to know your relationship a little bit deeper, right?
Yes.
And ask you to remember everything that you can remember about anything involving Lynn. Fair?
Yes.
And you've talked about most of those things today.
Most, yes.
Some things maybe we can't talk about because the judge said sustained, right?
I suppose, yes.
Oh, you were asked about the garbage cans. You never, did you dig through Lynn's garbage cans?
No.
How is it that you saw Visine in the garbage cans?
Well, the first time they were on top, well, a few of them were on top. I don't know if there was any more underneath, but the first time I saw a couple bottles there with paper, and the second time there was no paper.
So, is the garbage can right out in the open where you just can't miss it?
Correct.
And as to money to Jessy, did you get a call one time from Jessy where she asked if she could have some money or borrow some money from you?
Yes.
And do you know how much you loaned her?
I believe it was $1,000 in that neighborhood.
And were you, did you willingly loan her that $1,000?
Yes.
Okay. everything that you've told us about in court here today, the truth, the truth, everything has been the truth today?
Everything that I remember, yes.
And everything about the phone call that you heard from Lynn, that happened?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. That's all, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Could we talk to you?
Yep, and you are released from your subpoena, sir. You are.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You want a sidebar or?
Yeah, sidebar would be
Okay,
great.
thank you. We'll have a sidebar. All right, the defense may call its next witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Linda Eisenhart to the stand.
Good afternoon, Ms. Eisenhart. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up to the front, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you would please have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
My name is Linda Eisenhart. My first name is spelled Linda. My last name is spelled Eisenhart.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Eisenhart.
Good afternoon.
What is your occupation and who are you employed by?
I'm a document analyst, forensic examiner with the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory.
We call that FBI for short?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you worked for the FBI laboratory?
Almost 11 years now.
What's the nature of your work with the FBI?
I examine and compare handwriting, printing, typewriting, and other types of documentary evidence to determine origin, source, or other investigative information.
Before we continue on about that, I'm going to show you, could I have the screen shown to the witness, please? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 618. Let me know, is that on your screen now?
Yes, it is.
You see the exhibit sticker on there?
618, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just show this to you. What are we looking at?
This is my CV.
It's your curriculum vitae?
Yes, thank you.
And I'm going to show you that seems to be 5 pages in length. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And this is your current CV?
May I scroll through it just to make sure?
They'll have to scroll through
for you. Thank you.
Am I going good speed?
Yep, that's fine. Thank you. Yes, this is my most current CV. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 618 and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 618 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
It's in front of the jury.
Thank you. So, Ms. Eisenhart, can you tell us what is the nature of your, what's your educational background? We see that on page 2.
Yes, I received my Bachelor's of Science from the University of Pittsburgh. I majored in chemistry with a concentration in biology. I later went on to earn my Master's of Business Administration from DeVry University as well.
I would like to move up on your CV and talk about your professional experience. You said that you're working presently with the FBI, and that's the July 2020 to present, is that right?
Yes, as well as the position listed below there, the document analyst forensic examiner.
And I see 2 listings for that, so can you explain that?
Yes, thank you. In addition to doing casework as a forensic examiner, I also have what's called a program manager role. It requires that I am leading and in charge of some research activities within the question documents unit, as well as managing the equipment and our reference file. So that's an additional duty on top of my casework.
And I see that you, of course, started out, and it seems to make sense that from 2013 to 2015 you were a forensic examiner trainee.
That's correct.
So it's a 2-year training program with the FBI, I take it?
Yes, it was 2 years full-time training during that period.
What do you do during that training period?
So the training in a lot of ways mimics college courses. So during that 2 years, the training that I received was broken up into mainly 3 separate blocks of instruction. That was handwriting, printing, and typewriting. There were some other ancillary training that I did as part of that, but those were the main sections. During each of those blocks, I would attend classroom lectures. I would read textbooks and peer-reviewed journal articles, and then I would be quizzed on that content. In addition, I then moved on to doing practical problems. So these were cases that were created with ground truth answers, and I was to work through those and then provide results, opinions, depending on what the practical problem was. Those were graded, and I was required to pass all of those before I was able to move on. Or excuse me, I was required to pass the collective of those with an 80% or higher to move on.
How were your grades during that process?
They were averaged over those problems, and I did meet the minimum or exceed the minimum of the 80% for those practical problems. I don't know exactly what my grade was now. It's been a little while.
And did you have any oral boards during that time?
Yes, I also had to do an oral board for each of those 3 blocks. So an oral board is an exercise that I would go through as a trainee. I'd be in the room with 3 subject matter experts, and they would ask me questions for a couple hours just about the topics. They could be theoretical questions, application questions, what would you do in this scenario, and that was also a graded exercise that I had to pass as well. In addition to the oral boards, I also had to do mock courtroom exercises. Those each began with a case that I was given, and I would work it, do the comparisons, prepare notes, a report, and then I would hand that over to the folks that were doing my training. Oftentimes, attorneys would be involved in those later mock trial scenarios, and those again were graded. So that was the format for each of those 3 blocks that I mentioned, with handwriting, printing, and typewriting. During that 2 years, in parallel with all those exercises that I mentioned, I also had to complete 150 cases that were supervised. So these were cases that were coming into the FBI, and they were assigned to real qualified examiners at the time, but I would receive the evidence and work them independently. And I would create my own case notes and prepare reports, and then my report would be compared with the qualified examiner. Again, there was an 80% requirement for me to be passing those as well.
I presume you always passed? That's why you're still
I
working
exceeded
there?
the 80%. Yes, I did.
You said you'd prepare a case notebook. Do you have a case notebook for this case?
Yes, I did bring one with me.
Okay, and do you have that with you if you need it today?
I do.
Okay. So it sounds like you were sort of shadowing more experienced examiners during that training phase.
Yes, that's correct.
From there, then, did you become a forensic examiner?
After I completed a competency test, that was something I didn't mention as part of my training, but that was required before I was qualified. I did pass all of those exercises. I did pass my competency tests, and then the FBI qualified me to go ahead and do casework independently after that.
And now you're working full-time at the FBI?
I am, yes.
And your CV says Quantico, Virginia. Is that where you're located?
It is.
Okay. And prior to working for so you've been with the FBI for a long time, but prior to working for them, it looks like you worked for a company, Chem Image?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you do any kind of forensic work with Chem Image?
I did. So Chem Image was a company that developed specialized imaging technologies. It enabled the ability to see differences in chemistries between materials. So that was applied to forensic capabilities as well as military, biomedical, and pharmaceutical applications as well.
Now, as you're working for the FBI now, do you ever get tested? Do you have any kind of proficiency testing as you continue in your role?
I do. I'm required to complete proficiency tests every year. I complete a proficiency test for handwriting every year and an additional proficiency test that may span the range of some of the other types of examinations that we do as well.
What training have you received for the examination of question documents?
In addition to the training that I received by the FBI.
Is it all through the FBI?
No, I did receive training outside of the FBI. Oftentimes, conferences are a place where I'm able to get additional training through workshops. I often have attended tours of facilities, such as paper making facilities, to understand how paper is made. I've also attended multi-day workshops at universities that may probe a particular area that I am working in as well.
I see that on page 3 of your CV, you have won some awards. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
What is the award you won in 2021?
In 2021, I received the FBI Director's Award for Outstanding Scientific Achievement, along with a couple of other folks. This was an award that we received because of some of the research that we did.
Was it that research have anything to do with handwriting?
Yes, it was a study focused on trying to quantitate the accuracy of forensic handwriting examiners and their conclusions.
You mentioned you have additional training at conferences. Is that what we see listed as we continue to scroll down page 3?
Yes, mostly conferences, some tours there as well.
And then there's what you call professional presentations on page 4. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you sometimes present?
Yes, I do try to present once a year. Sometimes it's every other year. Sometimes it's multiple times a year. It just depends on if I have some new research that I can share or a workshop that I can help to put on for other document examiners, perhaps a case that others can learn from. It's a great opportunity to continue professional development for myself and for others as well.
Have you been published? Excuse me. Have you been published, ma'am?
Yes, I have.
And would that appear on page, let me see, it looks like it would be starting at the bottom of page 2 and going into page 3. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you call these peer-reviewed publications. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
So a peer-reviewed publication is one where when you submit a manuscript to a journal, other subject matter experts review the work, and often they're assessing whether the work that you have presented in this manuscript is novel, whether the scientific research was done in a way that makes sense, that is the results of those studies do in fact have data to support them. Oftentimes we will receive some comments on clarification, and so it's just a higher level of publication that you expect out of those journals that are peer-reviewed whenever they are finally published.
And on the publications that you have written, peer-reviewed publications, are there any that in particular that you would refer to that relate to the subject matter that you're here to testify about?
Yes, in 2002, my research team and I published a paper on the accuracy and reliability of forensic handwriting conclusions. We published...
Can you put a little mark by that on your screen, if you see it?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Okay. Right there.
Okay.
So that was the study that I mentioned I won the award for, and that was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
And if I show you what I'm holding up here. Who's handling this?
Oh, Mr. Crawford.
Our next exhibit number, Madam Clerk. If you know. I'm sorry that I didn't keep track.
I don't know if you remembered things and didn't tell me. The last official one I had was 621.
Never mind, you're right, I should look. This would be 624. I'll just show you what, may I approach? You may. I'd like to show you what I've marked as exhibit 624. Can I hand that to you?
Yes, thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that the article you were talking about just now?
Yes, it is.
That you're a co-author on?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that from you.
Thank you.
Move to admit 624, Your Honor.
Exhibit 624 is received.
So I'll take down this exhibit. Thank you. Have you testified before related to findings in this capacity, in this role that you have as a forensic examiner?
Yes, I have.
And I don't mean in this case, but just otherwise?
Yes, I have previously testified.
Were you asked to do work in this particular case of the State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski case?
Yes, I was.
And you were asked to look at handwriting, is that true?
Yes.
Just make it kind of simple to start with.
Yes.
You were provided with documents, right?
I was.
Can you explain what a forensic handwriting comparison is for the jury?
Sure. A forensic handwriting comparison is a careful and methodical examination and comparison of questioned and known writing for the purposes of identifying or eliminating a writer of interest. So just to define a couple of terms, I said questioned writing. That's a term you'll hear me use a few times throughout my testimony today. So that's the writing that's in dispute. And known writing is writing samples that are known to have been produced from a particular individual. They can include two types of writing. One is writing that is prepared specifically for the purposes of a handwriting comparison. Usually that's witnessed, and the content prepared during that is the exact same wording and characters and content as the question document. There's another type of known writing that we can also use that is collected. It usually comes from outside of the investigation, such as driver's licenses, checks, job applications, letters, greeting cards, and so on. So using that collective set of known writing and comparing it to the questioned writing, the goal there is to be able to identify or eliminate the writer. And our ability to do that is based on two main premises. The first is that no two people write exactly alike, given sufficient quantity and quality of writing. So what I mean by that sufficient quantity is if you have a number 1 and a 0, a number 10, there's not much writing there. It's a line and a circle. So there's not really much to work with from recognizing a pattern of a writer. We actually need a little bit more writing than that. A signature, a sentence, a paragraph, and so on. So the second premise that underpins our ability to do forensic handwriting comparisons is that no one writes exactly the same way twice. So we're not machines, we're humans, and variation is normal and it's expected, actually. However, there's a habitual pattern of repeated characteristics that we look for to be able to distinguish one writer from another. And that's what actually helps many of us recognize writing of people who we're close to, our parents, our siblings, or even our coworkers.
Do you follow a particular procedure or protocol when you're examining handwriting?
I do. There's a standard operating procedure that we use at the FBI laboratory to perform the comparison, and we generally refer to that as ACE-V, which is an acronym for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification.
Can we talk about each one of those?
Sure.
Okay, so the A stands for analysis, you said?
Correct.
Explain that.
So in the analysis phase, I begin with an independent examination of the questioned and the known writing using proper magnification and lighting. So at this point, I will assess whether or not the questioned and the known writing is original, or if I have a photocopy or a non-original document. Also evaluating whether or not the handwriting is freely and naturally prepared, or if it exhibits any characteristics of distortion. So freely and naturally prepared writing, I expect to see changes in the thickness or the thinning of the line, which usually indicates speed or changes in pressure. With distorted writing, the distorted writing may exhibit tremor or shakiness in the written line, pauses or breaks in unusual locations, perhaps retouching an addition of a stroke to make writing look a particular way, and so on. After I assess the free and naturalness or assess the distortion, then I start to evaluate the question writing in particular to determine if there are characteristics that enable me to do that comparison. So there's two types of characteristics I'm looking for, and these are called class characteristics and distinguishing characteristics. So class, I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, what does that mean?
So class characteristic is one that would group writers together, the way they look pictorially, the formations of them. You may have perhaps described somebody's writing as bubble writing, just the general pictorial look of that writing. Distinguishing characteristics are those that would further discriminate writers from one another. Some examples of that might be the way that the characters are connected to each other, the height relationships between them, and the way they sit on the baseline. So when I'm doing this analysis at the beginning, I'm assessing whether there are actual characteristics that would help me to be able to identify or eliminate a writer ultimately. If there are sufficient quantity and quality of those characteristics, then I start to assess whether or not the known writing that's been given to me is comparable. So what I mean by comparable is it the same format? Is it cursive? Is it hand printed? All uppercase, normal case? Are there numerals there? I would prefer to have the same words or letter combinations or characters, at least, to be able to compare apples to apples.
Sounds like the more examples you have, the better of known writing.
Yes, to try to get a good sense of the range of that variation the writer may exhibit, yes.
On that ACE, have we covered the E part of it yet?
That was the analysis phase in the A. So C for that acronym I mentioned in the method is the comparison phase next.
And okay, so then what's the next phase? Is it the verification phase or something else?
So just backing up, the comparison phase is where I actually go through and look at the questioned writing and the known writing to see if those class and individual characteristics are consistent or if they're inconsistent. And then the next phase is the evaluation phase. This is where I start to weigh the significance of those consistencies or those inconsistencies, as well as any limitations. If there was distortion, if there's limitations with the comparability, if there's non-original documents. And that's when I reach my conclusion and ultimately write up a report. And then finally is the verification. So in the FBI laboratory in the question documents unit where I work, all of our cases are reviewed and verified by another qualified document examiner. So that's what that verification phase is.
And does that person reviews it after you've reached your conclusion?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you ever do the verification on somebody else's work?
Yes, I do.
So that's one of your roles?
Yes.
Were you asked to conduct a handwriting analysis in this particular case?
I was, yes.
And so evidence was submitted to you, right?
Yes.
But how did it get to you? How did documents get to you in the FBI lab?
So the documents were sent to me from an FBI agent from the Milwaukee field office. They were sent to the laboratory, processed in another area, and eventually they made their way to me when I was assigned to work the case.
Did you get a lot of documents?
Yes, I did.
Would you consider it a lot of documents?
Yes, it was a lot of documents to examine.
And did you ultimately evaluate those documents and then issue a report?
I did.
And in particular, do you know whether the documents came to the FBI through the district attorney's office? Is that how they arrive at the FBI field office? How did that process happen?
I don't have firsthand knowledge of that. My understanding from some of the paperwork that was in with the evidence was that it came from a law enforcement agency in Wisconsin, and it was submitted to the FBI field office, and they opened a case so that the evidence could come to the laboratory to be examined there.
And so when those items came to you, did you name them, or are they identified, for example, as item 1, item 2, item 3, and so on?
Yes.
And could I have my screen? Yes. Okay. So first, I want to show you, get it to load, here we go. Exhibit 501, I'll just move down and see if you can see that sticker.
I can.
Yes, you do?
Yes.
And this appears to be a 23, or what is this?
This is the laboratory report that I issued.
And it appears to be 23 pages, is that right?
Yes.
And the date of your report is January 24, 2023, is that right?
That's right.
And it looks like the report was sent to Ian Byrne, B-Y-R-N-E?
Yes, that was the special agent from the FBI who submitted the evidence to me.
Okay, so once you did your work, you sent the results to special agent in Milwaukee?
I sent it to him as well as a number of other people via email.
Did you send it to the district attorney's office, for example, Attorney Nicolai, Abby Nicolai?
Yes, I did.
And to the defense too?
Yes, I did.
And then did you make yourself available to discuss the report?
Yes, I did.
Did anyone from the district attorney's office respond to your offer to discuss the report?
No, they did not.
Overruled.
What did you say?
No, they did not.
Okay. So does this item or document, Exhibit 501, is that a true and accurate copy of your report in this case? Do you want me to page down a little so you can see the
Yes,
pages?
please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Let me, if I'm going the right speed for you?
That's okay.
All right. Work our way to 23. There we go.
Yes, this is a true and accurate copy of my report.
Thank you. Your Honor, move for admission at this point.
No objection.
Exhibit 501 is received.
And move to publish.
Permission granted.
It takes a minute for it to show up on the juror's screen, so there's a little bit of a delay while we always wait for it to load. I think the TV screens are tired.
There we go.
Okay, great. So we're looking at your report from January 24th, is that right?
Yes.
And the subject is Jessy Kurczewski, is that right?
Yes.
And the alleged victim would be Lynn Hernan?
Yes, that's correct.
And you have, the discipline is question documents?
Correct.
What does that mean when you say discipline question documents?
This field is in here to delineate it from other parts of the laboratory, such as the latent print unit or the DNA unit. So we include that just in case there are multiple reports from the laboratory coming from different disciplines. They can be clear which report they're looking at.
And so you list the item numbers going down from 1 through 84, is that right?
Yes.
And so these would be items that you received through that FBI field office that you were asked to look at and compare?
All of them except for item 84, which is secondary evidence that was created in the laboratory. All of the other items I received for examination.
Through 83 then?
Yes.
And some of the items were known handwriting samples, is that right?
Yes.
So what does that mean when you have a known handwriting sample?
So these are samples of writing that are submitted to me as having been either witnessed, admitted, or in some other way verified to have been written by a specific individual.
So for example, item 46 that I see on the screen, 4 pages containing handwriting submitted as known writing of Jessy. You had some documents that were given to you that were known to be her writing.
That's correct.
And same for item 45, is that right?
Yes.
And it looks like any number of pages and items, 44 all the way down, I'm looking up to 34, these are all known handwriting of Jessy, is that right?
Yes, there's quite a few there.
Quite a few. You also have known writing of Lynn Hernan, is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
And that would be item 9, item 10, item 11, item 12, is that right?
Item 9, there was a portion of item 10 and 11 attributed to Lynn Hernan, and then all of item 12 was Lynn's writing as well.
And item 9 were 4 greeting cards, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, this exhibit can come down for the moment. And so would it be helpful to show any of the actual items that were submitted to your lab at this point, or not necessarily?
I have, not necessarily, thank you.
Did you put together a demonstrative chart to help assist the jury and the court?
I did, yes.
All right. I'm going to just show the witness, please. Exhibit 619. Is that in front of you?
Not yet.
All right.
Oh, here it is.
Does that look like a copy of the demonstrative exhibit that you put together?
Yes.
It's 34 pages, is that right?
Yes.
It seems to be a PowerPoint, is that right?
That's right.
Let me page down so you can be sure that 619 is that PowerPoint. Let me know if I'm going too fast.
Yes, this is the demonstrative I prepared.
Thank you. Your Honor, move for admission.
No objection.
Exhibit 619 is received. Are you seeking permission to publish?
Asking for permission to publish.
Granted.
Now, if I put this on the screen, will you just tell me when you want to switch pages?
Yes,
I'll control it from this end.
Okay.
All right. So this first page, or this first slide, looks like you've identified the case. Is that right?
That's right.
So should I move to the next slide?
Yes, please.
So can you explain what these terms mean here?
So I prepared this visual to help explain the specific conclusion language that I use as part of my reports and that I'll refer to throughout my testimony today. This is the Department of Justice Forensic Handwriting Conclusion Scale. So the FBI is one of the entities within the Department of Justice, so we're required to utilize the language that they have approved. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to introduce this language to the court.
I'd like to explain it.
Sure.
It's a good time to explain it, going, I think, wherever you want to start, but
Okay.
explain what the terms mean.
Yes, so as I mentioned, a forensic handwriting examination is focused on trying to identify or eliminate a writer. So on the far left and right, you'll see the language that we use for those conclusions. On the left-hand side, in the red colored box, the language I use for eliminating somebody is called a source exclusion. And then on the other hand, the far right-hand side, to identify an individual writer, we call that a source identification, just to be clear on the language. Right in the middle, the gray box that you see is an inconclusive. There are times, given limitations with the evidence that we receive, that I am not able to give a conclusion of identification, source identification, or source exclusion because of a number of things: a lack of comparability, limitations with the quality of the evidence I received, and numerous others. So I can provide a conclusion of inconclusive. But in between inconclusive and a source identification, for example, is what we call a qualified opinion. So the language that I use in this instance is called a support for common source. There's some evidence to suggest that this may have been the writer, but there are limitations that I cannot reach a source identification. Similarly, if I have a conclusion of support for different sources, that's a qualified opinion saying there's evidence to suggest this may not be the same writer, but there are limitations where I cannot exclude them. So this is the chart, the pictorial representation I'll use to refer to my conclusions going forward.
Okay, so when we're looking to the right, that is leaning towards looking at a piece of writing and saying that it could be written by that person. And if you're looking towards the left, it's leaning more towards probably not written by the person.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, so I've just moved ahead to the next slide. It says example of question check. Can you explain what this is all about?
This is one of the images that I received of the question checks that were submitted for examination. I wanted to use this just as an example to walk you through the handwriting examination that I did. This check was identified as item 49, and I placed the red box on this picture to draw your attention to the portion of the writing that I would like to go through and describe how I did my handwriting comparison. Next slide, please. So the format of this slide is very similar to what you'll see going forward. On the top portion of the slide, you'll see labeled there, item 49, questioned writing. So this is a portion of writing that was in dispute. And I'm going to keep this portion of the writing the same throughout the next few slides. On the bottom, we're going to start by looking at samples of writing from Lynn Hernan. I'm using...
One minute, when you say that, you mean known writing?
Yes. The
Okay.
bottom portion is known writing from Lynn Hernan in this case. I'm also using red arrows throughout to refer to my comparison with Lynn because there are other people that I'll compare with. So I'm just trying to keep things simple with colors. So on this slide, just beginning through that process, as I mentioned, I'm looking for class characteristics and distinguishing characteristics. First, in the questioned writing. So on the top part, in the questioned writing in the name Jessy, the red arrow pointing to the formation of that letter J. That formation was interesting to me, the way it was formed, and I wanted to see if the known writing of Lynn had similarly formed J formations. So you'll see on the bottom part of the slide in the word just, another red arrow indicating that I did in fact find a similar formation in Lynn's writing. So this is consistent, or what I would call a similarity between the questioned writing and Lynn's known writing. Next slide, please. So moving on into the name Jessy, again in the questioned writing, the formation of the Y in that name drew my attention. The formation of that is deviating quite a bit from the way that we learn to write. And so again, I'm looking for that specific distinguishing characteristic in Lynn's handwriting. Now on the bottom portion of the slide, in the last line in Lynn's known writing, in the word you, I found a similarly shaped Y formation as well. So again, I noted this was a similarity in the handwriting characteristics. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, in the question document at the top, the lowercase k, almost all the way to the end of the last name there, the formation of that lowercase k drew my attention. It's quite skilled and ornate. The way that it's formed, again, is somewhat deviating from the way that we're normally taught to write the K formations. And when I examined Lynn's known writing, I found a similarly shaped K in the word no in that last line of the known writing that's depicted here. And again, noted that was a similarity with Lynn's known writing. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now again, referring to the questioned writing at the top in that second line, the D in the word dollars, the way that that is formed as well as the slant of that letter deviated again from the way that we're taught to write. Notice especially on the bottom portion of that D where the circular part and the portion of the line that comes down towards the baseline, there's quite a bit of separation. The formation, the slant, and that particular deviation of the retrace towards the baseline is similar in a sample of Lynn's known writing, as I have depicted here on the bottom in the word day.
I'll move to the next slide.
Yes.
Now you've got a lot of arrows.
So in addition to just the formations of the characters or the slant, as I previously mentioned, another thing that a forensic document examiner looks for is breaks or spaces in writing. So if you're writing cursive, you are normally taught to write cursive writing where all the letters are connected. Whereas in hand printing, you don't connect the letters. So depending on if we're looking at hand printing or cursive, breaks or connections are significant. In this case, in the questioned writing, in the last name, Kurczewski, and also in the word 1,000, you'll see there are what I believe to be cursive formations, but there are breaks between those letters. So examining Lynn's known writing, I put a red box around a couple of words on the bottom, computer knowledge. If you go to the next slide, they'll actually be a little bigger.
Okay, you put the line around computer knowledge?
Mm-hmm. And if you go to the next slide, I've just enhanced the size of those two words there. And I'm pointing on the bottom part to similar breaks and spaces in that known writing. So this was kind of interesting. I thought that those characters looked mostly cursive, but they are broken and not connected from what I can see. And similarly in Lynn's known writing, she tends to do that same type of characteristic as well. Next slide, please. So considering those characteristics that I demonstrated as well as others, my opinion is that Lynn Hernan may have prepared the questioned writing on item 49, and so my opinion was a support for common source for Lynn for that writing. So there are, as I said, limitations, and I'm not able to identify her as the writing, as the writer. And in this case, the limitation primarily was that these checks were low resolution images. So the ability to see details about how the letters are formed or connected sometimes is limited. I also didn't have a lot of writing from Lynn, and so there were some characteristics that I couldn't account for. And so those were the main limitations why I wasn't able to identify her as the writer. But in light of that, I still felt there was a prevalence of similarities to support that she may have been the writer.
That Lynn may have been the writer for that check.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
If you go to the next slide.
Is this the same check?
So this is the same check, and now you'll notice that the arrows are blue. In this case, the writing that you see on the bottom is the known writing that was provided to me from Jessy Kurczewski. These are just small portions of the writing. I had a lot of writing, as you might have noticed from the report that we showed earlier. So I just tried to crop portions that were most comparable to what we're looking at here.
So just to be clear, first we were going through this and you were comparing that check with Lynn.
That's right.
And now you're comparing that same check with Jessy's writing.
That's correct.
Okay. Should I turn to the next page?
I'd just like to describe this, if that's okay. So the same J formation that we looked at with the questioned writing at the top, I examined the known writing that was provided to me from Jessy, and as hopefully you can see here, I gave a number of examples of her writing, and the arrows with the circles on them are indicating inconsistencies. So that J formation in the questioned writing is inconsistent with the samples of writing that I had in that J formation in particular. Next slide, please. So then looking at the K in the questioned writing, the capital K in this case of Kurczewski, I evaluated that characteristic, that formation. I thought was interesting because of the proportions of it. The top part is quite a bit larger than the bottom part. You can see a loop in the middle of the K and a little bit of difference in how long the first stroke is compared to the ending stroke in that questioned K. And I looked in the samples of writing that I had from Jessy Kurczewski, and I did find a couple of Ks that I thought looked somewhat similar, and so I noted those with the arrows without the circles on them. So those were similar between the question and the known writing.
Okay,
next slide.
To the next slide.
So here I'm pointing to the E in the questioned writing in the last name Kurczewski. This E formation strikes me as more of a cursive formation that I would expect from the way that we're taught to write cursive. And reviewing the samples of writing that were provided to me by Jessy, looking for similar shape and execution of that E, I was not able to find one that was not only disconnected but also shaped the same way. And so this was an inconsistency between the question writing and Jessy's writing.
Okay,
next slide. So the lowercase k in the questioned writing, again, we looked at that earlier. Again, let's take a look at the examples of the lowercase k's from Jessy's writing. And I felt that those were inconsistent. The formations of those are not the same. And I pointed out a couple examples of that. Okay, next slide. And then moving on to the second line of writing in the question document, the cursive T at the beginning of the word to in the questioned writing. The majority of the writing I had from Jessy had a formation of a T that looked more like a printed T, but this was one of the examples that I found where she had written a cursive T on the bottom in the word thank you. And again, the formations of those are inconsistent.
Next slide.
Okay.
So what was your conclusion on as that check relates to whether Jessy wrote the check?
So taking into account those characteristics I did demonstrate as well as others, my opinion was a limited support for different sources that Jessy may not have prepared that questioned writing. Again, a limitation that I mentioned earlier with Lynn, those checks are not original and they're low resolution. So there is some detail that I would have liked to have seen that I was not able to. So that was the main limitation there. I did have some characteristics that I found in common, as I mentioned one in particular with Jessy, but there was a prevalence of inconsistencies between the questioned and Jessy's known writing. So that's why I issued a report of limited support for different sources.
Your Honor, we're about halfway through the PowerPoint, so I know I can see that we won't finish it tonight. I'm not sure. It is a good breaking point in the sense that she finished the two comparisons, but we can keep going. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just letting you know.
How much longer do you think you have?
Well, we just finished halfway, so just on this PowerPoint, 40 minutes, 45.
Right, it's already 4:30, and I don't typically keep the jury past 5, even if we stayed late, and then we wouldn't get to cross in any event. So I think now would be as good of a breaking point as any. My apologies to you. We won't be able to finish your testimony today.
Okay.
What I'll do is you can just stay seated, Madam Clerk. You can turn off the publication. I have to give an instruction to the jury. You can just stay put while I do that. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any news reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, our jurors are excused for the day. All rise for the jury, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. You can step down. I have to do a couple things with the parties. Thank you. Be seated. Attorney Kukler asked for a sidebar in between this witness and the prior witness, just to let me know who the next witness was. Although we had briefly discussed going a little bit later. It became clear, I think, to Attorney Kukler. She was about halfway through. It was already 4:35, maybe a little bit later. And so it didn't make sense really to keep the jury here any longer since we weren't going to be able to complete this witness's testimony in any event. Anything the state wants to add to the sidebar?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, thank you.
Anything else for the record before we break for the day from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, then we'll see everyone tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you. We are in recess.